Alright, welcome everybody from all over the world, squids and kids watching. It's Dapple Productions bringing you 20XX Tournament Series, the 5th installment, one of the most prestigious and most stacked tournaments we got for Splatoon 3. I'm Watson, I'm Watson, and I'm being joined today by
me, Lily Gravy Bread. You can just call me Lily if you want, and I'm very, very happy to be here commentating these first couple of hours of 20XX Day 1 with you, Watson. So there's a lot ahead for us in this tournament for all of these teams, actually. We have, I think, over 70 teams, I believe.
Yes, 72, I think.
Including a number of basically the cream of the crop in this tournament will be represented, of course, as well as a plethora of other extremely wonderful teams as well.
That's right. I looked through the teams participating, and there's barely anyone I can imagine missing from this tournament who's like a contender to just take tournaments in this game, right? Like, we got the best of the best. It's like one of the most stacked tournaments of the years. We also got a lot of Japanese players coming in. That's rare. They mostly just always join us for like the most prestigious tournaments, and that already shows you how much is at stake today. But not just today. I mean, it's a 2-day tournament. Today we just have pools. We got 8 pools. One pool just consists of a couple of teams playing out a double elimination bracket, and that's what we're gonna take a look at today. So we got those 8 pools. We're gonna skip through some pools. We're gonna take a look at a lot of different teams, and yeah, those teams, if they make it out of the of the bracket as the first place, they are already in the alpha bracket. Everyone else is either being seeded in lower brackets or still have the chance to qualify for the alpha bracket through a second pool stage. But for today, just the first 8 pools that we go through.
Yeah, the first 8 pools, and there are, as we were talking about before, so many fantastic teams being represented as well. Teams including Jackpot, Alliance Rogue, FT Win, Moonlight, many others as well that we've been seeing in basically every single major tournament. There are teams that are going to be representing different regions coming up in the World Championships as well that are going to be playing in here. So I'm very excited to see over the course of these 2 days how all of these teams fare against one another. But in addition to these teams, there are going to be so many other teams also playing. I believe there was an open registration as well, so we'll be seeing if there are any upcoming teams ready to challenge these top players as well.
There will be some upsets, I'm sure of that. One team I think you forgot to mention is Starburst. They actually got second in both of the last 20XX tournaments. We only got 2 of them in Splatoon 3 so far. So those fellows, they came in second twice, so they really wanna finally get that crown for themselves. But yeah, for now we are going to look at a match from the third pool. It's Vivid against Get Dehydrated, and as you can see here on the screen, we are going to play a best of 5. So first, who gets 3 points will take the match, and we start out on Tower Control here.
Yeah, Tower Control on Hagglefish Market. Tower Control at Hagglefish Market is definitely a good one. I enjoy it here. Fantastic for backlines as well, though I'm not a backline player myself. I know that whenever I've played here, it can be a little bit oppressive sometimes, but we are going to be going into the match in any case. Let's see what these 2 teams bring to the table.
Yeah, some might recognize Risa. She's also been commentating before for Dapple Productions, and also, before for the 20XX series. And we just gonna jump right in. Vivid in the orange color and blue for Get Dehydrated, great name. So what do we need to watch out for here?
Well, what I'm seeing on Get Dehydrated is I'm seeing the both the V-shot and that is going to be a second Trizuka coming out from the squeezer as well. It does look like the first squeezer death has happened in the match so far, so that is going to be them on the back foot at the very beginning. But we are seeing that Zuka come out from Ida here, and it does look like they're trying to make something something happen here in the middle of the map. But as MT Nova brings out that inkjet, we are seeing someone grab the tower here, but that is going to be returned by yet another inkjet and a Zuka and a Tri-Strike all at once to clear them out of mid, so they can grab the tower in return. It is a little bit of a battle in mid at the moment, but we are getting some headway here as 3 players on Get Dehydrated have gone down and Vivid takes the lead.
Yeah, great skirmish here at the start. Vivid gets the upper hand with 3 specials being thrown their way. That's enough space for them to advance through the first checkpoint. They are getting closer to the second checkpoint now, but Dehydrated did find some footing again, did get some first good picks. That should give them some control back, and a potential stall here for the push from Vivid. Yeah, they're being drawn back, but that's not enough yet. They still have some good control and can... Oh yeah, they get the revenge picks and even the full team wipe. Dehydrate couldn't really get them completely out of there. That should be the second checkpoint, to be honest.
Yeah, that second checkpoint, getting a wipe there is going to be so helpful to them because, of course, you know, those defensive positions around the 10 is always going to be kind of like a slow push throughout those checkpoints. But 3 players on Vivid did actually go down there, so Get Dehydrated might be able to make a bit of a comeback here if they play their cards right. We can see Eclipse actually managing to take the Tower Rider off, so perhaps that isn't going to quite happen next. But M2 Nova is going to be coming out with the inkjet, looking for picks here. Managing does look like one that squeeze goes down and the bullpoint goes down and Get Dehydrated actually. So Vivid is going to still be holding on to all of this space they've managed to take up so far, even as the tower goes into neutral.
Yeah, that was an amazing play by Eclipse, I think. They even managed to stay alive through all of this. And yeah, Dehydrated only have 1 point on the board still, or 2 points. Yeah, that's really nothing. Like, Vivid still in good control here. They strike back with the Ink Strike, with the Inkjet on the top right. They don't get something immediately yet. Dehydrated can back up. They know that they can leave them a bit of space. They don't need to contest the tower that early because, yeah, it's already been pushed to the 24 mark, which is a good lead, to be honest, on this map. Now, Eclipse on the top left is getting in. No, he gets punished, and that should be the opening. Dehydrated needs to finally find a footing in this match.
Yeah, Get Dehydrated. It does look like Ida is going on a bit of a flank at the moment, but I think that is going to be Rissa shutting him down, although Rissa does get taken out as well and Get Dehydrated. We can see that as Vivid is respawning here, they're going to have to be pushed back just a little bit as Eclipse gets that nice double here, followed up by the Tri-Strikes from Rissa just to regain the space that they lost already. Zuka coming to finish that chain of specials off.
They really need to get Eclipse under control. It's like the 3rd or 4th time that he just gets a flank, where he gets a double or just distracts him long enough for his team to just get the picks elsewhere. And okay, maybe they got it under control. They just got the full wipe, and that should be a good attempt at the first checkpoint now. The tower is still a bit further away. They have 1 Ink Suka ready. Is that enough?
Yeah, we need to wait for a few more specials to get online before Dehydrated manages to actually make a really significant push here. But they are going to be trying to clear out that top right area. However, those strikes are going to be pushing them out once again, and they have once again lost their squeezer and ballpoint. And ends up actually that wipeout just to finish them off as well is going to be putting the end to that push, Watson.
Yeah, the Ink Strike did prevent them from getting the checkpoint. The ballpoint player did step onto the tower in hopes to at least get the checkpoint out of this push, but he got cut short. Vivid was vividly awaiting that. Did get him off the tower just before they could even get that first checkpoint. And now we look at the clock, it's only like almost 15 seconds left. We got special control and advantage for Vivid here in the middle as well. Tacticula and Inksuka coming out. But is that enough?
Oh,
can they get on the tower? Can they get on the tower?
They can't. The tower at the moment. as we go into overtime at the moment, but 3 players have gone down and Get Dehydrated. Vivid, it just needs to touch that tower once. They managed to, at the very end, as all of those players on Get Dehydrated are taken out once again.
That was a very strong showing from Vivid. They've been in control for most of the match, and at the end, yeah, Dehydrated, they walk into 3 specials while they don't have control. That's almost certain GG. And it was so Vivid goes up 1-0. As you can see, we play a best of 5, so they need 2 more of those sweet W's that they just got 1 off. And yeah, I mean, a very strong showing from Vivid, but we changed the mode, and that's sometimes something that can reshape your gameplay, especially when you have been dominated for an entire game. So Dehydrated, they are not out yet. We are looking at the next map and mode here.
Yeah, absolutely. I do want to say actually that Get Dehydrated, I think, could potentially have a very strong showing. They did manage to wipe Vivid out, and I think being able to get Eclipse out, as you mentioned, was one of the key things they really needed to do that match as well. I'm curious to see if we might be seeing any changes of strategy at all from Get Dehydrated going into the next match. I do have to say though that the thing about tower control is that because you do have that passive special charge, being able to defend when the tower is being pushed forward, that was fantastic defense, especially after being wiped out from Vivid in that first match. So it was definitely great to see them being able to just flush them out with those tri-strikes in particular. The next match, however, is going to be Splat Zones, I believe. So
yeah,
that can definitely play out a little correctly.
Yes, it will. It will. We've actually seen almost a mirror matchup, right, comp-wise. So I'm gonna be curious whether Dehydrated will change up their comp to play something more asymmetrical, because apparently in the exact mirror matchup they've been bested, at least in the last game. Let's see if they try to stick to their bread and butter. They will. It's almost again a mirror matchup, just as slusher instead of the squeezer. So yeah, let's see if they can just... Oh wait, it's actually tower control on Inkblood?
Oh yeah, it does look like tower control on Inkblood here. So once again, this is going to be all about being able to that defense, being able to have a really strong defense, especially here, is going to be absolutely key to being able to stop the other team's pushes. We are seeing pretty much the same comps coming out once again, and we're seeing actually 3 players go down and Get Dehydrated again. So this is pretty similar to the first match from what I've been noticing as well. That early, those early picks to be able to clear out all that space in mid, just to be able to start safely pushing the tower. But that Zuka is going to be definitely pressuring them back just a little bit, slowing down that push, I'd say.
Yeah, no one can really find a footing onto the enemy plat here to start a good push, but a 3 down now on the side of Dehydrated. That should be some opening for Vivid. Yeah, they do some good pressure onto the plat, or the slusher underneath the ledge. That's actually the perfect spot for that weapon. They know why they picked that one. The first checkpoint falls, but it's really the second checkpoint that's the hard one on this map.
Yeah, that second checkpoint can be tricky. You are going over those that uninkable area as well, which especially when you have those high ground areas to defend from and the bats, you really have to be able to control those first before you can start pushing there, and that is definitely what Vivid have been working towards in this match so far. We can already see Get Dehydrated are being held back quite a bit, but the Inkjet is going to be coming out just to try and dodge, unfortunately going down to those tri-strikes as well, and we are seeing actually the that slusher being just being an absolute menace here. Does look like they do manage to get taken out at last with those 3 players going down on Vivid. Get Dehydrated are going to have to work their way back into mid. They are yet to get that first checkpoint here.
Okay, yeah, Risa was still in the back. She gets the trade. That puts back Dehydrated pretty much completely again. Yeah, they snack away like all the control that they got from that almost team wipe that they had, and now it's just, yeah, Vivid in control again. You gotta see, they already got the second checkpoint, so this could be a crucial push now, even deeper into enemy territory. The Ink Strikes came out, they still have an Inkjet, trades on both sides, 3 1v3. Oh, the Inkjet narrowly avoids seeing Suka on the right side. Lux
That was
alive.
a close one.
Can't get the pick, but might... Ah, no, he has the drop roller to not die on the landing. Okay, now they go down. They get some extra points, but they didn't approach the third checkpoint yet. But they are still, like, in the saddle here. Like, firmly in control. They still get the picks. Yeah, we see on the top right corner. Who's that? Yeah, the Slosher still causing some trouble. Eclipse also pushing in, getting and forcing another trade that should... Yeah, keep them in control. Lisa can just give respawns again. Okay,
this is an absolute bloodbath I'm seeing here in the match at the moment, as this tower just seems to be going back and forth over Get Dehydrated plat here. Get Dehydrated manages to get 3 players down, but Vivid comes back and gets more picks on them in return. But we are seeing at last this like back and forth, this tug of war over Get Dehydrated's plat come to an end. However, I think Vivid is still going to be coming back strong, especially with the help of these tacticals as well. Still, it is going to be a very tough push towards that final checkpoint, I think.
Oh, the Squeezer in trouble on the left side. Are they stay alive? Can they also get Eclipse on the left side? He's in a 1v2. He gets the trade. Maybe not what you've been looking for as Dehydrated, since you really need to get a good strong push going, and if you keep trading, that's not gonna happen. They seem to keep losing like the heads on battles, so they really need to change something up in their strategy if they want to come out on top in this match. Still trades on both sides. Not favoring Dehydrated again. Tacticooler coming out that will maybe help them to get those trades in favor for them. But I mean, Tacticoolers can be out on both sides. We see the Inkjet on Vivid side as well. The pressure does find one pick, and still Dehydrated, they still can't really get a footing in this match. They only pushed 88, so that's really not one push for them. And here, yeah, I think it was Eclipse again who pushed in there, gets the double. And yeah, either here as well gets the double as well. Yeah, they just keep on trading and trading. Dehydrated, they need more than that.
Yeah, these trades are definitely going to be slowing down Get Dehydrated, but, you know, they're stopping this tower from being able to be pushed further, and being able to keep Vivid off the tower is at least going to stop them from having the extra special charge that is absolutely going to be useful in terms of being able to push that forwards. But the thing is, Vivid had such a strong amount of control over Get Dehydrated's plat, even if that tower was going back and forth, that they were able just to keep up that presence pretty much the entire time. Even as they were going 3 players down, there was always that opening, there was always all that ink up in the middle of the map to be able to just to be able to swim back in and quickly take up all that space.
Definitely. And we got the updated map list here, so we are sure now that in the next match we go into Makomat Split Zones. This is one of the most brawl heaviest maps in the game. So where you're gonna have a lot of those head-on-head skirmishes that kind of were not in favor of Dehydrated in the last 2 matches. I talked about that they need to change up their strategy in the last match. They definitely need to do this right now. If I would be in their place, I would think about maybe completely switching off our complete team comp, because apparently the almost mirror team comp, we are not winning that. So we want to do something else to break 3 of this of those chains that Vivid has put on Dehydrated in those first 2 games. And yeah, I'm gonna be curious whether they're gonna do this or if they stick to the bread and butter, which is the fairly common meta comp that is the splatter shot with the Inksuka. Then we have the Tacticooler on either the Tri or mostly the NSEP. Then also a lot of teams here play the ballpoint. We saw that on both sides. And then the 4th weapon, I mean, it was a bit different, but yeah, effectively it doesn't change too much about how the comp wants to play. And yeah, they've been bested twice, so I would maybe advise them that they would change.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's always pretty hard in a tournament setting.
You did mention Entry actually as a tactical option, and I think Entry is pretty popular a weapon to be using on Makamat because of how strong it is over those ledges, over the two stacks, and also just trying to hold back any backline from being able to take snipe as well. Fantastic to be able to rush down the frontline weapons as well from the other team. We are going to actually be seeing either switch over to I believe the Tri-Slusher, the V Tri-Slusher, which I think is an interesting choice. That does give Get Dehydrated 2 ball points to work with. Not 2 ball points, 2 inkjets rather.
2 inkjets, yes. And the Tri-Slusher is a menace in close range combat, so this might give them more power in those 1v1s that they've been losing too steadily, which gave Vivid too much space most of the times. Here, the trades go back and forth. Vivid with a slight advantage, also special advantage here. They can't find the picks on the bottom left corner. They should have probably gotten a pick or two there. Now Dehydrated is in a good spot to actually get this going, because they're gonna get more specials soon. They get 2 picks. They have the inkjet on the right side. This should be another pick, and it's only the ballpoint in a very bad spot. He might get out, but that's good control for Dehydrated. They take the lead in this game, and they need to take the lead because this is match point.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be Get Dehydrated's opportunity to try to make a comeback here, and they are doing pretty well holding this zone, but Vivid is definitely going to be contesting that as much as they can at the moment. The thing is, they need an inkjet to be able to move in with this, as Get Dehydrated has already been. We can see how far ahead they are pushing here. Vivid having to get these strikes out to find an opening to come back in. That does neutralize the zone just slightly, but only enough for those penalty points, as Get Dehydrated takes back the zone almost immediately.
Vivid gets some good picks here now. The Tri-Slusher coming in there, getting the inkjet, has an inkjet on their own now. It already hits a good oh no, there's a Slusher in the zone. I mean, those Slushers are so good against inkjets. That keeps Vivid well in control, and I think if they just win one team fight, that's the lead for them as well. They have the Slusher set up on the, as you see on the top, right below the ledges, and they somehow find the Tri-Slusher as well very early on. Ink strikes are out as well, so this looks fairly well and good now for Vivid to come back here. They avoid the Ink Suka, which is huge, and now that's almost certainly the lead for them.
Yeah, this does look like we are seeing a lead swap happen here, but that ballpoint, actually 2 players are going down on either side here, so we are seeing some trades happening, and these specials coming out one after the other, but I think this is going to be a little bit of pull happening. Vivid's still going to be coming out on top here, though.
Nah, they had jumps and zones, and they didn't get the picks, so the jumps were unprotected and were 2 easy picks for Vivid, and that's just the match. 3-0, Vivid showing off strong here at the start, the first match, or stream match, at least for us here, and in 20XX Series 5, and that gives them, that lets them advance in their pool to take on potentially even stronger teams, to potentially make their way all the way to the Alpha Bracket for the second day.
Yeah, that was a very strong showing from Vivid. I'm excited to see where they go next in the tournament. But Dehydrated also being able to hold for so long and get that fantastic lead in splat zones was really good to see as well, especially with that slight weapon comp switch up with the Tri-Slusher as well. So I thought that was a very good switch up to see, because of course Tri-Slusher is very strong in that match, on that map in particular as well.
Maybe they needed even more switch ups, but we can actually take a look at what potentially went wrong for Dehydrated, or what Vivid did so well that gave them the 3-0 victory here, because we have Gem on the analysis deck. Bringing us insightful analyses about all of these matches that's gonna be happening for today. And if he's ready, we can just jump right over to him to see what he noticed in those matches.
Thank you very much, Watsum and Lily. There was one pattern that I was definitely noticing that was giving Vivid a really big advantage here. I talk a lot about the transitions in between fights, because I think that those are really one of the signs of a stronger team versus a weaker team. you get to a certain level, and everyone can win fights on everyone sometimes. Mechanical skill definitely matters, and your ability to coordinate with the team definitely matters, but it's what's happening in the moments between when you win a fight and what happens next that I find to be the most impactful there. I want to take a look here. This is from the first game on Hagglefish Tower Control. And what we're going to see here is Vivid's going to try and get a push going, but they're eventually going to get shut down here, and Get Dehydrated is going to get a chance to push out of their base. And what we're going to see is that as they go in, Vivid clamps down again and catches them on the way out. And they go 2 down, and now Vivid has control of the tower, has a full wipe, and is in their base. And this was kind of the story of the entire set. We see, Get Dehydrated able to get a defensive win. They've been able repeatedly to, fight back and not just, get KO'd. But it seems that every time they get one of those kind of advantages on defense, every time they try to push back out, they get stuffed. One of their specials doesn't get full value, to get a chance to get out here, we're going to see. But then as soon as it starts, it's going to get shut down again because in the transition, they're maybe pushing in a little bit too quickly. They're maybe giving up a pick here or there. And so it's only at this moment in the match that they were even able to get any momentum started. And able to get even to the first checkpoint. So then it gets shut down by one special push, and they're not able to advance forward from there. So we were kind of seeing a very similar thing, and TC Inkblot is very much a match where that sort of thing can happen, where the team that is pushing successfully has a lot of ways. This is a great angle that we can see it from. The left stack right here, there are a lot of ways to hold your push as long as you can control this left stack, as long as you can keep people back here. If you have someone in this kind of a position right behind it where they can get jumps back into the team, it's really hard to push that. And so you are able to keep getting jumps back in even though you've lost the push on the plat. Because the tower has to go all the way down here, down the ramp, make this turn around. And this entire time, where are you going to be trying to go to if you want to retake the tower? Well, you're going to come from this direction, no matter where it is, if it's here, if it's here, if it's here. So the entire time that you are controlling this stack right here, you're going to be able to hold that push. You're going to be able to keep it in place. And so let's see here where we found a really good example of that happening. This push, by the way, very successful in that it was able to clear the second checkpoint early. This second checkpoint is really a critical point for any team that's trying to hold here. And beautiful use of the inkjet here from Lux. And I also want to point out that the team isn't standing on the tower. They're not just kind of staying there trying to sprint through the checkpoint. They're making sure that they keep themselves safe. Great objective play there from Rissa to hop off the tower when she needed to keep herself safe, and then return to it once the area around was clear. And that secures them this checkpoint. Really experienced move there. That's, clearly a team that's familiar with this map mode from Splatoon 2 as well as from playing this game. So well played on that. But once that second checkpoint's done, it's kind of just a free fall for a while. There are a lot of points that can just go over for free at that point. Roomba had a heck of a game on TC Inkblot using that bucket from underneath all of the different ledges. This is the first time they go down, so maybe not the best clip for me to be pulling to be complimenting them, but they were an absolute menace up until that point. And it's right here in this transitional moment that Dehydrated goes down, like we were talking about before. Like, as they're trying to push out from their own base, that's when they kept on losing all those fights. They were pushing a little bit too quickly into enemy ink. They maybe weren't checking for sharks. There are a lot of things that could be going wrong there, and really good awareness by Vivid to stay on the hunt and be ready for those pushes to come in from Get Dehydrated to be able to snuff them and just keep this constant string of trades going. We heard, Wadsum and Lily talking about how as Get Dehydrated was going in, it was just trade after trade after trade. They were having so much trouble getting the clean kills. Maybe someone would go in by themselves. See, there's one example right there. They are just trading on the bats. They can't figure out where Eclipse is, so Eclipse just gets in and gets a whole bunch of picks. And so every fight win was also accompanied by a fight loss. And you can see the effect that that has. When you trade, the team that likes the status quo, that likes where the tower is moving right now, is the team that benefits, because that just maintains the status quo. It makes it so you have the same number of players out on the map, and you have the same map position. So trades keep this game state going, and then once a favorable fight does go Vivid's way, they have the tower right where they want it, and they're able to start scoring much, much sooner. Whereas if Get Dehydrated were to get control in this position, the tower would get all the way out to mid, but then they would have to win another fight again to be able to keep pushing it. So again, advantage to Vivid because they were able to keep it scrappy, because they were able to get all these fights to keep happening and to keep at least going even. And that gave them all the time in the world to find an advantage and be able to push it further and further. Then the last game was definitely, signs of life from Get Dehydrated at first. One of the things that they did really well here was that they were able to get control of the zone early and then not go down immediately. They get a trade 1-for-1, but they like this trade because this trade gives them control over the zone. And this hold was able to last for a good little while. But remember, the trouble that they've been having has not necessarily been on winning fights ever. It's been when they actually start getting locked out themselves, can they get back in? And so eventually Vivid is able to cap the zone, partially through the help of these tri-strikes. They haven't even gotten control back yet, but then this Zuka from Eclipse comes in clutch, gets rid of Nova, and then isolates the Squeezer for the Inkjet to finish off. Really, really great opportunistic Inkjet play there from Lux. And now this is where Get Dehydrated has been struggling on the retakes. And as we can see there, a little bit uncoordinated on the retake. They sent one special in early, and then they sent the Zap in dropping into Freezer early. Both of those players being isolated and not able to get any help from the rest of the team. Tri-Slosh there goes in over the top early before the rest of the team is there to support it. And it's on these retakes that they keep losing players one by one and losing their advantages. We'll see the Tri-Slosher go in on the left side here again, and they're also going to get caught because, again, that's a 2v1. So their retake was really the most difficult position on the map for them. And at this point, it's game over on one push because they just tried too many times unsuccessfully. Eclipse is going to be able to clean this up. It's a triple kill. I mean, it's a splatter shot, and they're watching a whole bunch of jumps come in. So not the most difficult cleanup there, but it was really well played by Vivid to take advantage of all of the missteps that Get Dehydrated had on their way back into the map when they were trying to retake. And I think if, the retake gets cleaned up, if they have a little bit more of a patient plan and they don't keep running in and getting sharked or 2v1'd off of pushes that are maybe just a little bit too disconnected from each other, I think they absolutely have a chance here. It's a very narrow margin that separated these two teams. But Vivid with clearly some experience behind them, making all the right calls on retaking and on punishing the retakes from Get Dehydrated. Back to you, Lily and Watson.
Thanks so much, Jem. Fantastic to hear that analysis of both of those teams in those three matches as well. Anyway, the next matchup we'll be seeing looks like it's going to be between Spark and Duck Motive, as Watson is pointing out above us as well. That's where those teams are written. I believe that Watson you might still be a little bit muted there.
That is-
But we
that
are going to be
is
taking a
true.
look actually at the bracket at the moment. So, Watson, can you talk us through this bracket and what we
Yes,
what
of
we
course,
are
of course I
seeing here?
can. This is the 6th pool. We got Moonlight on the top. That's your first seed in this pool, taking the 3-0, cementing their top seed for this pool. But we also see Spark taking the 3-0 and Motif taking the 3-0. That's because they're also the 2nd and 3rd seed in this group. I think Spark is overall like the 11th seed. Moonlight, I think the 6th seed. And that Motive is somewhere like in the lower 20s, right? But this is gonna be a very interesting game. Like, I know most of the players from both teams. There's some very strong players on both sides, either Spark or Dark Motive. And this is a group that I can see potential upsets happening. We gotta think about it. Only the first place of this group gets to go to the alpha bracket immediately. The 2nd to 4th place will be fighting it out later on in another pool stage to get that last spot for the alpha bracket. So this is a fairly important match already for both Spark and Dark Motive. To win if they want to have a chance on taking on Moonlight in this group to snatch that first ticket to the alpha bracket where every good team wants to end up in. That's where all the cool and kids are and all the best squids on the planet essentially. And Spark just coming off a strong 4th place from the European Championship. Some of you might have seen it. They really put on a show in their group stage at the European Championship to get to that semifinals. Unfortunately, they lost against Switzerland and France, but those are 2 super teams that they lost against. And I think they only went down like 1-3 and put up a good fight against both of these. So Spark is really I would say in a good place with how much they practice and how well the tournament runs went. And that Motive being the 3rd seed, having some amazing players like I think Rachel in them, if I'm not mistaken. They have what it takes to potentially upset Spark, and I mean if they upset Spark here, they can also go for Moonlight to get this 1 ticket to the alpha bracket that we are playing for here. So yeah, very interesting group here. Let's just see how it goes. I expect a very close match between those two.
Yeah, me too. I'm very much looking forward to it. And of course, whoever wins this is most likely going to be going up against Moonlight as well. It does look like are we going to be seeing these map modes at the moment? It does look like first up is going to be Splat Zones or Mahi Mahi Resort. Now, Mahi Mahi Resort has gone through a little bit of a rework recently, and I know this is kind of controversial, but I always enjoy Mahi Mahi Resort. I think it's kind of, it's got like a kind of chaotic fun to it, especially on something which is a little bit more comp-viable like Splat Zones. It's always enjoyable to see such a short, small, little chaotic thing that comes out for these 2 teams to kind of fight it out against each other on. That's kind of the way I think about it as well. It's like little chaotic thing of a map mode. But also this is going to be Splat Zones. So the name of the game is basically going to be you get that zone and you push up as far ahead as you can. And the thing about how small this map is that it can be done in a matter of seconds.
It can be. Yeah, Mahi Mahi Resort faced some backlash when it got released, right? I mean, this one on Splat Zones kind of got, like, over the months and the last year that we played Splatoon 3, like, most competitive players really started to enjoy this map, at least on Splat Zones. Like, it was one of the most played Splat Zones maps out there for a reason. I mean, the other 3 modes are barely ever played, but that's for a good reason, I guess. That's probably why Nintendo chose to rework this stage first. But Splat Zones has always been very interesting. Like you said, it has a very different pace than a lot of other Splat Zones and maps that a lot of people like. Probably also in this meta where tacticoolers are just all over the place, where everything's just a bit faster anyway. It really fits the meta, what people kind of want to do anyway, so people feel comfortable on this one. And this is a very, very interesting matchup here between Motif here in the green or bluish color against Spark, your British superstar team with dudes on it. That SRB2 dude, lots of people know him from all the years of content that he put out. And yeah, let's take a look at the team comps. We got some new weapons that we haven't seen before.
Yeah, this is actually very interesting seeing what Motif is bringing out. They're bringing out the pencil, which of course is a staple weapon at the moment. Does look like we are seeing a DC. We might be able to replay this actually, but this does give us a little bit of time to talk about these weapon comps. I guess I think bringing out the pencil, of course, is going to be fantastic on splat zones where you can actually like stay back a little bit and paint the zone and get out tacticals extremely consistently. And you were talking about tacticals before. We are seeing also an end zap on the side of Spark, which of course is going to just farm those tacticals like they're nothing. This is so consistently being able to get tacticals out from both of these teams. The thing about tacticaler as well, something that I've noticed is that if you get those tacticals out and just go full on aggro these two teams against one another, you can get into those kind of like situations where you kind of trade off very quickly and have to kind of like start again as well. So those are kind of the risks as well if you're playing a little bit too aggro with the tactical. One of the other interesting things I saw is actually the Vanilla Junior come out, which of course is going to be great at holding very good positions if you manage to get that bubble perched up somewhere, especially towards the other teams, towards the defending teams, their respawn area and some of those high ground areas as well, because you can start poking with those bombs. You can start providing the paint support for the rest of your team to be able to move in and actually take and win those fights as well. So that's, I think, an interesting choice, not something you necessarily see every day.
I would say that's actually an amazing choice. I really think Junior succeeds hands down on this map. Because it can just contest the zone so much better, and the map is so small that you get insane value out of your bubbler, and you see that they still have like the tacticooler from the pencil that you mentioned, and they also have the missiles. Like, I really like what Motif is bringing to the table here. Like, I've seen Junior keep holding the zones in a 1v3 on this map with its bubbler and everything, right? Like, its paint output, like, just immediately in front of its feet is amazing. But yeah, we're just gonna see how this turns out. First, specials come in, trades on both sides. John on the left side, needs to be a bit careful. The zone is in favor of Spark, but the missiles coming in. Jano, you gotta watch out. Oh, they are very in a bad spot. They can be just... Okay, now, wait, they actually get out? Okay, now they die. It's still a trade on both sides, but yeah, it's a very frantic skirmish here at the start.
Yeah, that's two players going down on the side of Spark here, and we saw actually the bubble come out from the Junior just to be able to help them cap that zone. They are going to be losing that zone, but they're looking to get it back once again. Motif is going to be helped out especially by the pencil just to keep that zone painted consistently. This is going to get them the lead once again. I think having those missiles as well was definitely a great choice to be able to just go in, retake, continue those pushes as well, to continue those longer retakes, which especially if you're fighting against a team that has been getting players in those aggressive positions like Spark. But Motif is going so strong here. Two players have gone down on Spark at the moment. This is looking fantastic for them.
You gotta be super careful now. The Junior is especially strong when you have control. They have been in control for so long. It's a 3v3 now. The Junior is still in the zone. He has his bubbler. Like, can they even? No, this is GG. They can't paint the zone whatsoever. The bubbler will come up here. Johnny will try. Where's the bubbler? Yeah, like, how can they paint this? There's just no way. The Junior really setting up the win for them here before it was even over. But I really, really love the team comp that Motif brought here to the table. Also, the sloshing machine. Like, there's only one way to come into the mid here. The sloshing machine sitting below those ledges, insane pressure, but the map is also super slow. It has a point, super small. It has a point sensor. It can easily just mark the whole enemy team, and if the whole enemy team is marked, your retakes will just be twice as strong. I mean, both sides have point sensors, so good on them, but they really did get the most out of the team comp that they had, and I'm really impressed by what that Motif brought here to the table in this first match. It was over fairly quickly, and you gotta keep in mind, they're the lower seed, right? So it's already like a bit of an upset, you could say, if you just plainly look at the seeds. Obviously, I already knew that this team has what it takes to to take down Spark, but I mean, it's just one match, and they showed that they came here out to play.
Yeah, I mean, you actually mentioned. I wanted to mention the slushing machine Neo as well that they brought out, because that is pretty much their Zuka choice. The other team, Spark, was actually running, I believe, a shot and a squeezer as well, which of course is a pretty standard double shooter Zuka combination to run. But you know, having that slosher there, especially in a map like this, just to be able to poke around and keep Spark at an arm's length as well, is also going to be fantastic. You mentioned also that both teams also had the point sensor, which of course on a map as small as that one can definitely help see where those players are. However, Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track is a bit wider, a bit bigger, and we are going to be seeing actually the same comp come out from Spark, but Duck Motif is going to be switching it up. We're seeing the End Zap, we're seeing the Octobrush, and we're seeing Vanilla Jet as well, which is going to be bringing out a vac for them, an ink vac for them, which of course can help out wonderfully, especially. Oh my goodness, we saw 3 players going down already on the side of Spark. Yeah, you did say that's a checkpoint, and they're running for it at the moment.
Yeah, Ritual's kind of probably the strongest Octobrush player we have in the West. I mean, not the most common pick in the world, but I can definitely see why they played on this map, and the Dust Sucker, which Inkvac, the name that I almost forgot, gives them a lead to 23, which is already a very strong lead on this map, because it's very hard to get into this plat. Obviously, here, this special will help greatly at just getting up onto the plat. Those are even 3 more points here with that Motif. Another statement by them. Early on, 20 points, that's a lead that you can defend over the whole match. KO on this map is a bit harder, and they just rotated around. This might be the checkpoint. Amazing awareness by Chano. They didn't even get one pick. They get the checkpoint for free. And this puts that Motif in kind of a bad spot. If they don't get the picks here, I think they will. But they kind of gave away the checkpoint. No, they still have the control on the plat. Okay, Chano gets killed by the retakes here now. But very good awareness by Sparks. Because this first checkpoint can sometimes take a while to just fall. And they answer back immediately. And they have 3.5 minutes to get back this lead here.
Yeah, Duck Motif is going to be once again taking that Rainmaker around to the side that was kind of a little bit safer for them. However, they are probably going to be holding it, just slowly, just making sure that they can get their Octobrush in, just to clean out anyone who might be holding this elbow area as well. And with that slow move back into where they were before, they're probably going to be putting everything. We can see the ink vac come out once again, but that Zuka on the other side from Spark was actually holding them back just enough. But the thing is, 2 players once again went down here, so Duck Motif is still on the upper foot as well. We can already see that Zuka come out once again. We can see actually the Octobrush is going to be pressuring, is going to be holding that area just so they can run that Rainmaker forward to a score of 2. That is fantastic. Like, we're seeing this Octobrush just stay alive, only going down at the very end right there, making Chano's Zuka actually the play here to be able to get that Rainmaker back in the favor of Spark. Spark have a lot of work to do here. They do have the first checkpoint, but they're gonna have to run it through this street in order to be able to get a lead on them. It's basically a knockout they're looking for.
Oh, that's an amazing opening though, very smart by Dude here. Like, if they get one pick more here, okay, another pick, then this might be actually a chance for them to take the lead. Oh, that's unfortunate, they played that super well there. Chano opening up with a double with the Suka, and then just a very smart play by Dude on the Rainmaker, just drawing in all enemies, and then just retreating again, just baiting them in, so this team can get the picks. Unfortunately, this won't do anything. Whether they have like 60 or 18 on the scoreboard, it doesn't change anything about the lead from that Motif. So they need to go for the next push here. It's 2 minutes, but they showed that they have what it takes to do a good push here. So this is not over yet.
Yeah, certainly not over, but Duck Motif definitely in the definitely had the upper hand for a little bit until those 3 players went down. They had all those specials online, but the thing is that 3-player down situation is going to be exactly the opening that Spark wants. Unfortunately, they do go down. They do lose 1 player to that suction bump, but they were holding on to that Rainmaker just a little bit longer. They have just over a minute left in the match, and Spark 2 players down. It's going to be difficult for them to get that advantage that they had earlier on as well. Duck Motif, I believe, is just going to be trying to hold this in a safe position, just wait for a fight to be won in the middle of the map here before they can start getting some kind of push going again.
Yeah, they gave that push away too lightly. That was a big mistake from Spark, and at this level, because those are two top-level teams, it's just getting punished immediately and might cost them the game. I just saying how it is. Yeah, that Motive here on a good spot, now having the Rainmaker set up on the elbow. They try to flank to just widen up the game, Spark, because they know this is such a strong defensive position. They don't have the specials to break this. They have an Exuka now, two Exukas actually, so they might be able to break it now, but the Rainmaker is completely in their side, and that's such a long way that they need to get it back. Yeah, that Motive, they can just set up in mid now. They still have mid control. They have that Octobrush that can just shark around. Yeah, they this already. I mean, he goes down, but they still have good control and paint control in the middle. This is gonna be a pain in the butt for Spark to get through, and they only have 1 minute to do so.
Yeah, only a few seconds now as we're going to overtime. Dude's actually going to be dropping down here and starting to move forward here with the help of Johnny being able to control that elbow with them. But the thing is, if they start losing players, Duck Motif might not be able to defend this, as Dude is going to be pushing this Rainmaker forward even further, managing to dodge those bombs. We can see up on that uninkable wall, but it might be that Zuka that will take them out, but that Zuka misses all of those shots. Dude is still going to be holding on here, and it's just going to be him being taken out at the very end, which gives Duck Motif game 2.
Yeah, a lead of 2 is just too strong on a map like this. Humpback, pump track, especially on Rainmaker. So hard to get proper control of that plat. We did see a very strong flank by Jano, who I think killed 1 or 2, got 2 picks, and then still distracted someone else that eventually took him down. There was a chance for them to come back at this. Spark showing that they are not out of this yet. I mean, they are already having their backs to the wall, but like I said, you saw this match. It was just a strong opening push that Duck Motive put ahead, and yeah, they're still have a reverse sweep potential in this set. Other than that, 2-0 for Duck Motive, the lowest seed, showing once more that they want to make a statement here in this tournament, that they might be underseeded and might not be happy with the seed that they gotten. I mean, they still got a pretty good seed. I think it's around 20th, right? But I mean, Spark is, I think, the 11th seed, right? So, yeah, they kind of want to prove people wrong here. And they're showing that right now, I would say, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. We might be seeing an upset going into this next match point, actually. But I do want to highlight, actually, that in that retake that push Spark managed to get, I was kind of worried for a moment that that they might actually be able to get a knockout when they were able to take it into that similar situation that Duck Motive had it in, regarding being able to push it through that straight after going around the elbow as well, and also being able to hold that elbow really well from Johnny as well, just to enable Dude to be able to push it forward by the end. I gotta say that survivability, especially when you're being constantly bombed out, zuked out, impressive work from Spark by the end. I gotta say, we are going to be going into the next match. However, I'm interested to see actually if Duck Motive bring out another wacky team comp. It does look like we are going to be seeing an interesting weapon comp from them once again, with Bandit coming out on the E-liter.
Yeah, and Red Shell is still on the Octobrush. It might be the only time we see the Octobrush today, right? Really an uncommon pick, but yeah, Red Shell knows exactly what to do on the Octobrush. If you ever played against him, like, it's so hard to deal with. Dude is being caught on the left side, and also the other sides. Yeah, that Motive just win all their team fights. This is the first checkpoint for sure. Spark have no specials whatsoever, and they are not even close to getting to that tower for now. We got the Elita with the special setup. The Zipcaster going in on the very top left, gets the first pick. Yeah, Red Shell is in there. Gotta watch out. There's one Zipcaster left. He just goes out and sips out again. But again, some more picks. This should be the second checkpoint as well. Oh, the snipe with Elita on the top right stack. Oh, Lily, this might be a KO.
This might be. We're actually going to the next checkpoint already, and you don't want to be hit by that red shell. I just wanted to say that before, actually. But I gotta say, being able to take up that much space already, that special advantage for them is gonna be
2v2, 1v3. Dude, that's it.
This is it. This is it.
I'm sorry for talking over you there, but yeah, this is just like, what a performance! Like attacking on this map isn't necessarily the easiest, especially the last 2 checkpoints are very, very hard to get, but they made it look like a cakewalk. Like, they came here to play. That Motif looking mighty strong today, and they don't want to only take down Spark here. They are going to reach for the stars here. Also want to take down Moonlight, which is the first seed of the team, of the group, right? Which they might play next. We won't be able to see that probably, but with a play like this, they have a chance. They have a chance, not gonna lie.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. It's also great to see that with some slightly less standard. I mean, there's still fantastic weapons and amazing players once again, but like some slightly less standard things like the Octobrush. Of course, an Octobrush is going to be fantastic at sharking around. We saw how much paint that Duck Motif was able to get onto the ground. You know, having that consistent map control as well and winning those fights pretty consistently. Getting that early wipeout was absolutely huge as well for Duck Motif, and you know, just being able to ride that tower forwards gives you that advantage as well in specials, because you're constantly charging up your specials as an entire team, and having Red Shell there just to be able to shark around, hold those areas with the amount of paint that they had down as well, I think was just that combination of everything that team was doing just secured that win so cleanly. But to talk about those 3 wins from Duck Motif more, we will be passing over to Gem on the analysis desk very shortly.
Alrighty. Yes, those were some really interesting matches because we got to see 2 really different philosophies of playing the game, really. Spark was playing a very generalist kind of comp. Like, this is something that you'll see really commonly in a competitive setting, where you're just kind of playing a strong fighting comp that can go pretty much everywhere, and that you can really focus on just learning that comp. They didn't change up their weapons at all throughout the set. Meanwhile, we look at Duck Motif. This is not a comp that you're going to see very often, you know, currently in the game. This is very unique and probably took Spark a lot of adapting to. And Duck Motif did not play the same comp each game. They had some very different ideas that they were experimenting with that were all pretty carefully tailored to the map mode. In game 1, we had this comp, and looking at this right away, my first thought was just, how are they going to win a fight? Because you look at Spark's comp, they have got double Zuka, they've got a cooler, so these are weapons that are capable of getting picks very frequently, you know, with very little warning, and if they go down, they're going to come back up really quickly. And on top of that, they're going to be getting point sensors from the Nautilus, so the Zukas are going to be able to hit more of their shots because they know where the players are. Even if they, you know, run behind cover, maybe they can get, you know, an arc shot, one of those mortars to go up over the top of that piece of cover and see if they can get something anyway. And Nautilus is a strong slaying weapon in and of itself. Spark came here to win fights, but Duck Motif isn't trying to beat them with the main weapons exactly. They're trying to, once they get control of zone, make it impossible for Spark to get control of the zone back. Because what's going to happen is you're, first of all, going to have a ton of paint put down before the next fight happens. Remember, last set I was talking about how it's important to play the transition periods in between fights, and that's really one of the signs of a strong team. So during the transition, you've got both a Splattershot Junior and a Snipe Rider, 2 very, very high paint output weapons, both painting the map at the same time. So it's going to be really hard for Spark to drop in with something like a Nautilus or something like a Squeezer, which is a relatively paint-dependent weapon. It needs its teammates to paint for it a little bit to be able to get in there and get the positions that it wants. So they've got this entire area underneath the drop here for Spark painted up, so that if any member of Spark drops over, they're going to stick out like a sore thumb. They're going to be orange on a green background. And that makes it really difficult to get the Nautilus and the Squeezer into play. And what's also going to happen is they're going to have the Big Bubbler, which has a couple of different roles in this map mode. One of them is to protect against Zookas. It's way easier for something like a Snipe Rider to keep their position on the zone if they're able to sit inside the bubble, because where normally they would get forced out by the threat of a Trizooka shot, they can just kind of stand there with impunity, watch those Zooka shots bounce off and not do anything. And the second advantage of having the bubbler there that we saw play out in a couple of scenarios was that the big bubbler is going to take up this much of the zone or thereabouts. So now, as long as they can just paint this much, they're able to hold the zone instead of having to paint all of the zone for themselves. And that makes it a lot easier for them to keep the zone in those clutch moments. In those moments in between fights where you're jostling for control over the objective, this comp, when they have control of it, they're going to be able to hold onto it way more reliably. And one thing that's really tying the team together is the fact that they have missiles on their Wiper Deco, which are going to displace Spark and make it difficult for them to move in on the zone from the positions they want to. Because this map, you only really have a couple of options for getting to the zone. You're either dropping out here, or you're dropping out here, or maybe you're sending someone around in one of these kinds of directions, but that's going to take a long time and also be very visible, so it's not super popular. You're usually looking at one of these two places. Well, missiles are going to cover all of this area and then all of this area, and so you can just use the missiles as the push is going in to disrupt it. They're going to be dropping into a lot of enemy ink if they keep trying to make the push there. It was just so hard for Team Spark to really get any kind of advantage as they were trying to retake on their way in. Yeah, we have to skip past the the DC there. But from that point, when there was that clutch bubble that saved the zone for Duck Motif, there was just no way in for Spark. They needed to get picks. Their comp is completely reliant on them doing that, because they do have the advantage in fights, but if they can't win the fights, if they're, running into a brick wall, if Duck Motif gets set up too well, like you see them doing here, notice how quickly the entire map turned their color. That's, again, the effect of the Junior and the Snipe Rider. Spark just didn't really have anything that they could do at this point. They couldn't get close enough to bring those Zookas to bear in any kind of meaningful way. When they did, they tried, but they traded. And so this fighting comp, this comp that's here to try and beat them at a fight on open ground, they're getting hit by the bucket from underneath. They're getting sniped by the Snipe Rider before they can get close enough because they don't have a ton of range. They're using the map mode to their advantage, Duck Motif is. And it's that adaptability that I think is kind of a key factor in what allowed them to win the matches here. So, moving on to the Rainmaker match, and we're going to see a similar story here. Spark on exactly the same comp, Duck Motif very much not. They made very significant use of their ink vac in this game to be able to push up and get the scores that they did, and also just kind of close down this choke point. The choke point right here that we're talking about, the right elbow, this choke point is the key. Your ability to play this part of the map is the key to being able to win here, because this is just such a disgustingly strong defensive position. You have high ground that they can throw bombs from. You have this open stretch where there's just no cover to work with. And the flank that you have to go for if you're going to try and get any other angle than what you have from right here takes a really long time. You have to go all the way around the left. So sometimes teams will just decide not to go for it at all, and that's in fact what Duck Motif decide to do. They win the opening fight, losing only one player, which gives them the ability to set up for this one, and you can see that they've got their specials ready. So they're going to have their Tacticoolers, they're going to have this Vac, and they can kind of just walk in a little bit. That shot clears a lot of players out of the way, and yes, it does get stopped, but because of the setup that they had, because of the safety that the frontliners of Duck Motif had through the Ink Vac to push up and go for picks, they have a numbers advantage here. And in combination with, I believe, a Zuka pick happens here in the near future, they're able to maintain control on the Sparks plat here. They're able to keep control of this area in their base, and they get the pop, and they're able to keep pushing. And again, they don't get that much more, but all of this time that's passing on the clock is time that Sparks not scoring. All of this time that's passing on the clock, it's bringing the game closer to being over. There was a slight mistake on defense here where nobody's watching this side and Chano's able to slip through. But this is, it's not something that Spark really earned by gaining control of the map. It's not something that they've really earned by making a massive team-wide outplay or anything. And you can see it's just going to get shut down here, and Duck Motif is going to maintain control again from there. So once again, they get it up onto the enemy plat. The Ink Vac just completely nullifies a couple of Zuka shots there. And again, numbers advantage on the enemy plat. They're stalling with the Ink Vac long enough for their frontliners to get in there. This is a really, again, tailor-made comp to the map mode. And once you get to a push of 2 here, it's very difficult, because Spark actually does have a very successful push right towards the middle of the game here. This is about, the best that they're hoping for a lot of the time. Like, in a lot of games, this score to 18, that's a winning push. They get a couple of picks, they get another one there. Some great Rainmaker play here by Dude. Using the rail there is a veteran move for sure. And they get an opportunity to push up to 18. That's a winning push again on a lot of map modes, but because of how well Duck Motif were maintaining control, because of how they weren't just completely losing control of the map even when they lost a fight here or there, because they were pacing themselves and not charging in and losing too many members to sustain, they were able to stay on the enemy plat until an opportunity was afforded to them, until they had the special ready to go, until they got the right kinds of picks. So very well played again by Duck Motif to use their team comp and kind of tailor it to the map mode so that they were able to get the win there. And then game 3 was real short. We get out here onto tower control, and what we're going to see once Duck Motif gets control of the tower is that they're going to use their team comp to win at every stage of the tower push here. So firstly, they've got so much control over this top left. Enri and I forget who's on the E-leader. They are going to make it just impossible to exist on this top left. You're getting sniped by the E-leader. Red Shell's going in with the Zip Caster. It's just overwhelming control on that left side that you need to control in order to get through first checkpoint. And they win the fight so hard on first checkpoint, they don't even really need to contest second checkpoint. They've already got the E-leader exactly where it wants to be, and they're just setting up for third checkpoint. They've got people in the enemy base with a Zuka up there. That's crazy. The E-leader taking shots at the players on top right. Just control all the way through. And again, this just goes exactly according to plan for them. They're able to get all of their parts of their comp that they took to specifically attack those areas into the right positions. And that's what it looks like when a plan is executed to perfection by a top-level team. That was really kind of a treat to watch. And again, with some weapons that we don't tend to see super often on these map modes. So you can tell that this was a game plan that they came up with, that they had in mind, and that they executed really, really well. Really impressed looking at what I'm seeing from Duck Motif, and I expect that they'll have a pretty good run today, and that we'll have some good results to boast about later. Back to you, Lily and Watson.
Yes, Lily, this time you are still muted.
That's
All good.
right.
Thank you, Jam. Thank you, Jam. Like, it was super insightful. Again, yeah, just the adaptability and the super tailored comms from that Motif were really a treat to watch how they executed that. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna get back into the action soon to see more high-level matches, but before we have to tell you a few things. I think you can take over first, Lily. What is it?
Okay, so the first thing is donate now for 20XX. Help Dapple Productions increase the prize pool and host more premium events like this in the future. To donate, go to paypal.com/paypalme/20xxsplat. You can see the link there also on the screen. And thank you everyone for watching, and enjoy the rest of the show once we get through to the next few sets.
Awesome, guys. Awesome. Brace? Have you heard of Brace? The biggest Splatoon Europe LAN ever? I mean, guys, the United Kingdom offline LAN Brace, right? Returns in a 2-day event featuring main rank tournaments and side tournaments and more. Found in the heart of Manchester this time, from November 25th to 26th. Guys, I booked my flights, right? Plenty of other people booked their flights, like Dude's gonna be there, some top players, some of the most iconic players from Europe, like Kiver, gonna be there as well. So what are you waiting for? Like, this is the place to be on that weekend. So scan the QR code that you see on the screen right now, or go to start.gg/tournament/breeze to grab your tickets now, because that's gonna be like the biggest Splatoon festival organized by our community this year, so don't miss out on it.
And finally, if you're interested in getting started in competitive Splatoon and aren't sure where to start, Splatoon Stronghold is your one-stop shop for all the information you'll need. On the website and in the Discord, you'll find helpful resources such as game fundamentals and how to find a team. To stay up to date with what's going on in the Stronghold, follow them on Twitter and join their Discord. The links are up there on the screen for you as well.
That is right, and yeah, we might have another banger coming up, like a very close match. We're gonna take a look at the 8th pool. We're still waiting for a match to resume, so we don't know exactly who is playing yet, but one of the teams is gonna be BT or Bet. I still don't know how to pronounce them. Maybe you can enlighten me, but yeah, they did stomp through their bracket with 2 3-0s, yet they're the 8th seed overall, right? So a super strong team to look out for. Yet in the loser side, we see Oro Jackson against ASC Tenchi, the 2nd and 3rd seed for this pool, while BT is the 1st seed, right? Oro Jackson is also the 9th seed overall. So if Oro Jackson advances, we have the 8th against the 9th seed. That should be super, super close. And that's really the match to look out for to determine this first alpha bracket ticket that both of those teams won. Because only one team from this group can snatch that alpha bracket ticket, and that's gonna be their winners finals that we're gonna take a look at soon. Oro Jackson being up 2-0 might be a clear match, but you can't count out ASC Tenchi yet. They are the 3rd seed in this group, not for nothing, right? So we got to wait a bit for that. But yeah, this is gonna be a total banger, pretty close. It doesn't get closer than that seed-wise in this first pool stage that we are still in. And yeah, while we wait, we could potentially take a look at other brackets. That could be interesting if you can get that on screen. Other than that, I can even read it out to you if we just need to wait for it. Because there's so much happening. We got 8 pools, guys. 8 pools. We've only had a glimpse at 2. We're gonna take a glimpse at the 3rd one. And it's already wrapping up at least the winner's side of things, right? So there's still gonna be so many other pools here. Oh yeah, we might be able to get other pools on here. That's gonna be super interesting. Oh yeah, Fiesta. That's a Japanese team, right? With the first seed in this group. I think they are the third seed overall. So one of the favorites to win it all. I mean, Japanese players coming over to play. They are mostly some of the strongest players on the planet, and a lot of these big Western tournaments have been won by Japanese players because they just understand the game on a fundamentally different level, maybe even stronger than the West or most Western teams, that they can just come in and take over those tournaments like it's nothing. And you see, they're already very far in their bracket, and the third and second seed in this we actually see they won 3-0 against Vivid, right? We saw in our first match Vivid against Get Dehydrated, where Vivid looked very strongly in Fiesta, 3-0 them, so that's telling for sure. But you also see Black Lotus and the White Gang, the second and third seed. Actually, Black Lotus was the second seed. They got upset by Whale Gang in a close 2v3, so that's gonna be an interesting match going on there as well. So, that's just the fourth group, right? We still have like 4 more.
Mm-hmm.
So what do we see here, Lily, in the next one? Oh wait, that's the one we just saw? Oh yeah. There's nothing.
Oh, it actually looks like, looking at the results from the previous set, Oro Jackson has beaten ASC Tenshi 3-2, so it's actually going to be Bet or BT against Oro Jackson that we'll be seeing in the winners finals next. Having a look at this bracket, I do want to take another look at actually losers round. It does look like ASC Tenshi is going to be going down there first. Hopefully they can beat their way through the losers bracket and make some kind of comeback at some point.
Yeah, but just a 3-2, right? A super close match there. Oro Jackson punching through, right? We only saw that they were up 2-0, so almost a reverse sweep for Tenshi there. But Oro Jackson, those are some veterans, right? They've been around since the beginning of Splatoon 3. They have been a very strong team at the beginning of Splatoon 3, coming close to winning some super majors even. Now they're 9th seed. They're still going very strong. I mean, considering the competition, 9th seed is super strong. They still rock almost the same roster as 1 year ago, so a lot of synergy there from playing together for so long, right? And Bet. Do we just call him Bet from now on? So we're just on the same page.
Bet. It's just pronounced Bet from what I understand. But you know what? I think, you did mention this is going to be Seed 8 against Seed 9, right?
It is.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not 100% sure, but how I read the bracket, it must be. And
it's going to be like a couple of very, very close teams against one another. I expect something close anyway. What we will be seeing between these two teams. So, is there more you can tell us about Oro Jackson actually? Because you did mention they've been veterans in Splatoon 3 at the moment.
Definitely. I mean, they are hailing from France, right? It's a full French team. France, probably the strongest or biggest scene in Europe, even though they got dethroned at the European Championship just last month, right? But they are kind of considered being the second best French team for some time now, just behind Oro Jackson. Aliens Rook, of course, right? Aliens Rook been on the top of France for so long, and Oro Jackson they still have Funny, Skoksei, and Pumano, which they had like a year ago. I think, if I look at the roster, I think Ash is being like replacing the fourth now. They've been playing with Volty a long time, who moved on to play with Aliens Root, right? The other French team. So, but they've always also had a very aggressive playstyle, obviously also because of Volty, like one of our prime Carbon players that we have in the West. So we gotta see if they remain that super aggressive team style that they had. Promauno was rocking the Sloshing Machine for a long time. Sloshing Machine came back into the meta with this new set, right? The point sensors and the Trizuka, very strong, funny, probably also, he played Splatter Shot a lot, so we're probably gonna see like a Splatter Shot Sloshing Machine centric comp, but we gotta talk about Bet as well. When I can pull up their roster, I saw they have Power on their team. Power is one of the most known veterans that we have in our scene. He actually became world champion back in the day with Deadbeat. Was he on the team? I think he was. Like, if not, my my apologies, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Power. Like, he was known for his charger play back in the day. Oh, in the Splatoon 1 and early Splatoon 2 days, he was a force to be reckoned with. He didn't play too much in like the mid and end phase of Splatoon 2, but he's back here with a team. Also, Lucina, Delta, and Cleverpig, at least it says here, are on the roster as well, and they're in the 8th seed. Eighth seed, so that's crazy strong considering the competition. I don't know how long Power has been playing with them, but the veterancy that he brings to this roster compared to those fairly new players that the fresh bloods that really wants to prove themselves, right? I think they can be a very, very dangerous combo, isn't it, right? And I'm actually just stoked to see Power play again. Like, yeah, it's crazy. Like, he's been around for so long.
It is actually absolutely going to be fantastic to see all of these players, I think, like, duke it out in this next best of 5. We have been seeing some glimpses of the map modes as well, and we are actually going to be seeing a Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track first. Does it look like we are actually not Humpback, Hagglefish Rainmaker, I believe. Yes. I believe this is Hagglefish Rainmaker. One interesting thing that I'm seeing here actually are the blasters on either side. We are actually seeing a vanilla blaster come out, and also,
what is this?
And also on the side of Bet, we are seeing that I always get these blasters mixed up. I'm not a blaster player, but I believe that is the Rapid Pro Deco as well.
Definitely. It almost looks like an early Splatoon 2 comp from Bats, if not for the pencil, right? Like, you used to play a lot of just blaster dualies and just splatter shot, piled with the charger in Splatoon 2 at the beginning, and now they're just changing up for the pencils. A very unconventional comp, seeing the blaster and the dualies. Picks on both sides, but Bats getting the good snipes. Power also sniping there with the new pencil. This could be the first checkpoint. Yeah, there's only the Ixuka to... Okay, yeah, they got the big bubbler there to protect him. Otherwise, he could have went for the left side and probably gotten the checkpoint as well. A very strong start for Bet. And do they make the jump? Important. Do they make the jump here? The jump that's immediately like 30 points.
Yeah, it does look like we're already seeing Ash and also someone else there just kind of like keeping a keen eye out over anyone who might be taking that Rainmaker. But they do manage to actually get the jump and get the score down to 30. Losing 2 players in the process. Oro Jackson has their special, has their Zuka at the ready, just to keep things going. Does look like there's 2 players going down on the side of Bet. Is going to keep up the momentum as they go all the way over to the left checkpoint as well. That was a pretty safe checkpoint to get. They don't have the bubble that Bet has at the moment, but 2 players are going to be going down. For 3 players down here, that is going to be actually that wipeout off the back of that. Just nailing the coffin in that push there. That is going to be Bet actually coming back in very strong, taking up all that space once again. And it does look like once they wait out this Zuka, they might have a return push to see if they can get this Rainmaker to the final checkpoint. But we might have to wait out just a little bit longer as this Crab Tank is going to be holding an area, but he's going to be taken down once again.
That's the double. That could be another good push. I mean, Oro Jackson, they got the checkpoint, and they still have 3 minutes, so that's actually like a success for them to get the checkpoint there, right? But now Bet, they are punching themselves back, even get 1 more point on the board. I mean, now it should be like firmly in control again of Oro Jackson. No, there's a flank on the top. No control whatsoever. The blaster flank on the top. This might be the KO. They can't get the pick. And this is just Bet stealing it away with the blaster flank from the top. I say, oh, they have so good control around the Rainmaker now. And they proved me wrong immediately. The blaster flanking in at the worst time for Oro Jackson, getting 2 and opening up that Rainmaker push all the way to a KO. And yeah, Bet with a statement here in this close series. If you look at the seeds, 8th versus 9th seed, right? And I am impressed by what Bet brought to the table here. I love to see power on the pencil, right? He's that charger specialist, and it's kind of the best charger that we have right now. Kind of playing support for his team, right? But a player of his class, right? He can adapt. Having played backline so much before, just playing a more supportive backline now. A very strong showing, and yeah, Oro Jackson, they need to recover from this. I mean, it's just the first game, right? They just had a close series. They are known to come back, right? Even when they are just, like, when the wind is just against them right now, or the next map can shake things up if we can see what it is. We could see what Oro Jackson might be able to bring out here. Oh,
I believe it's crab leg clams, if I'm not mistaken.
It is.
And I do wanted to say that one of the things that I saw Bet do, which I thought was very interesting, was even though they managed to get that jump over, and you were talking about, oh well, when is this jump going to happen? See if they can get those quick points. But when they were actually able to make a comeback, just making sure that getting those further points, being able to come around from the other side, as you were mentioning, they had a flanking blaster. They were able to use that to their advantage to get that Rainmaker coming in around this side to be able to get that knockout as well. That's something that is possibly with the amount of the amount of like routes you can take here on Crab Leg Capital. I'm curious to see how they play around the map, because I think the way they would play Hagglefish Market in that particular match was incredibly good. They understood exactly how their opponent's side of the map worked and how to use that to their benefit to get those, not only those big points, but those that knockout at the very end. I'm curious to see if they have a similar level of understanding on Crab Leg Capital. It is a newer map for sure, and it definitely, I think, favors Zookas as well, especially through the crates. So I'm curious to see if they bring out the Zookas. We are going to see Beowulf on the V-Shot. We also actually are going to be seeing a Range Blaster, which I think is an interesting choice here.
I mean, it makes sense. The Range Blaster can be super strong here, since it's like a wider map, and with all the high grounds, the additional range can just reach them a bit more easily. Here, first blood for Oro Jackson, it's being traded. Yeah, but we also see the 96 with the Kraken. That can help to set up some good pushes here. Oh, they're really under pressure here. Clever pick on the Duelist. I still love that they dropped the Duelist and the Blaster. That's just, those are weapons you don't see in this meta too often. Bet with the strongest start now. The Range Blaster also setting up here the Wavebreaker on the Plat, but they can't really push up with the Wavebreaker, so that special is kind of a bit wasted. Now the, okay, never mind. The Crab coming in, some additional pressure. Can they push through? I think they can, but they leave the life for that. So this might not be the strongest push. Or Jackson, if they get one pick here. No, they don't get it. So, okay, Bet can actually extend this push. They gambled away the life of one of their teammates to open it up, but it plays... it pays back pretty strongly. 47 already. This push is almost shut down, I guess. Oh, they tried to get in some more. Okay, even in the 30s they get. Very good play by the Splatter shot there. But I think now it's over. Clever pick still on top left. He should be dealt with, but they don't really have clams anymore. Oh, the jump just a bit too late. Very strong opening push by Bet.
Yeah, absolutely. I was kind of worried. You mentioned that that might not be the strongest push of all time, but I think what we saw that set up for that push with the Wavebreaker, even though they were kind of being held out by that whale a bit, once that whale was over, they had that space just being held by the Crab Tank, which allowed them to get that power clam in, holding Oro Jackson back just for long enough. And it looked like, I think, with Clever Pig, with on the Julies, just being able to get really up there in their face was fantastic just to keep that push going. It does look like, however, we are seeing a return push from Oro Jackson here, breaking the barrier, and with Clever Pig and V-Shot also down, this might be a pretty strong push as well as they get that other. This is a close. They can get the lead very easily here if they have players at the ready, and it does look like the NZAP might be trying to collect those clams to keep something going, but they are going to be pushed back before they can actually get any of those clams in. And Bet is looking to regain some map control here, getting the Zuka out. We can already see the Pencil just trying to paint up an opening for their shot to try and move in on, but they are still going to be held back. Oro Jackson is going to be coming out with the Kraken here to at least get something going. Does look like they do have actually a power clam that is going to be taken out by Clever Pig as well, and it does look like that push is not going to be going anywhere.
This could have been a KO, to be honest. Like, I'm not overestimating their push. That could have been a KO. Promano was on the top right with his Kraken ready. If he just gets a wall out, he can just easily get the blaster and go in with the Kraken, but they couldn't. They are 1 point short, obviously, of getting it in that last push. Like, that's tragic for Oro Jackson, but I mean, you said it, they're not out of it yet. It's 2 minutes, but I mean, Bets with 2 picks here, they could, they open the basket for sure. Let's see if they can get even one more pick, and they could get a very good push here. They have no presence underneath the basket here. They can't really get it in with the jump. That's unfortunate, but the blaster is still so strong underneath those ledges. That's exactly why you want to pick it. And Wavebreaker coming in, they might still push here. Yeah, they still have the power claim in the middle. I think it just despawned. Oh, it's still there. It's still there. Yeah, they have it.
Yeah, they're just juggling. They're just keeping this power clam live at the moment, I think, just to make sure that they have that whenever they want to actually start making a push. But we can already see them being held back by Oro Jackson already. They did manage to score a power clam, but that was only going to be chipping away at those penalty points already. And Oro Jackson is threatening to take up all this space here, forcing a jump out. They are going to be losing to 3 players. That is, Beowulf is going to be running forward with this power clam, managing to score it as well and getting both power clams in. This is going to be a fantastic push for them. It is looking like if they can get more players up there, and there is another power clam coming from Power as well.
If the blaster would have gotten the memo that he just needs to be underneath the basket to give his life for that, then Power could have jumped and ended it right here. 20 points from one power clan would have been enough. It's now 30 seconds. Oro Jackson's not out of it yet. We saw this one amazing push that they did, but if the 3 go down like this, then this is gonna be difficult. Romano is holding down the fort as the last player. Very strong by him. If he goes down there, the match is kind of lost, right? But he's still in here, and he has the Kraken ready. So might be. Oh no, he goes down too preemptively. Yeah. That's unlucky. They could have set something up. They get power. They get 2. I think Funny down there. The blaster pushes in on the trades, which is not what you want when 2 are already down in the back. But it's still very close. I hope. Okay, yeah. The Kraken's already back up for Oro Jackson. Romano has it here. Will he? Oh, they get the pick. He needs to go now. Yeah,
here comes the Kraken at the moment.
This is the push.
This is going to be
he gives the jump.
If they manage to get this in, this is going to be a game-ending push for them. They do manage to get it in at the moment as we go into overtime, but it's just going to coming down to, can they stay alive and get those extra clams in? All those players going down as well. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do it, but they are sneaking those clams in at the very end, and those jumps off the top of that. The thing is, they don't have any clams left, and that wipeout is just going to be ending the game with Bet. In overtime, just securing their defense like that and securing their strong lead that they were able to take throughout that entire game as well. Incredibly well played from both teams.
This was tragic. Oro Jackson, like, they've really been only just like 1 good pick away in both pushes that they had to just get like 30 more points in or something. Like, sometimes it really comes down to the wire. I still think about Promano sitting up on top right with his 96, right? Being taken out by the, the Rapid Blaster, right? Like, he already gotten a pick there. If he gets his wall out, like, the Blaster can't really get him there, and he's just firing down on anyone, and he can even save himself with the Kraken, right? If the Kraken's there, like, Oro Jackson has just so much more control around the basket and can even KO with the first push. I mean, that didn't happen. Now they are down 2-0 and really need to make start a comeback here on split zones. I think it was Mari again. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, what I was seeing also from the side of Bet, every time Oro Jackson was making a push there, we saw them just be able to collapse down on them. Like we saw, you were mentioning the 96 Gal just as they were getting ready to pop their Kraken towards the end. Even though they did manage to get that Kraken in overtime, perhaps that earlier Kraken may have been key to help them get a stronger lead or more points on the table for them going into that overtime, just to make that final push even stronger for them. But I think just being able to collapse on that 96 Cal at the very end was a fantastic defensive move from Bet as well. You did mention we are going to Mahi zones next. Now we did see Mahi zones between Spark before, and these are two like very evenly matched teams, I think. So I'm curious to see what they bring out once again. Now, we did see a couple of blasters come out in the previous couple of maps, so I'm curious to see if they actually continue playing blaster here. It is going to be range blaster and pencil, and there is those drillers again. So we actually are seeing also the Ash bringing out the Rapid Pro Deco once again. This is very interesting, I think.
I love the comp that Bet is running. It might not be as tailored for this map as before. Okay, this time Oro Jackson just really running them over at the start. You could see like 3 people being on the same page on the right side, just pushing in, knowing exactly what they want to do. And this pays back like greatly, yeah. They get full control first. They will get specials first as well. Oh, wait. Okay, never mind. Their Rapid Blaster goes down. Pomano can trade it out. Now he can't. Okay, that's a quick retake for Bet. And it would have been an amazing start. It's very unlucky that the Rapid Blaster goes down so early. And that gives, Bet, in the yellow colors here. Their first hold. They have more specials now, but beautiful Inksuka getting the crab. While it's being
does look like it does look like actually Bet is trying to set something up there with their specials here, but I don't know if they're going to be able to. Okay, they do manage to take control of the zone, but they are going to be losing their blaster in the process. But we can see them already being pushed up pretty far ahead. They are going to be taking down 3 people from Oro Jackson, so things are looking up for Bet at the moment. They're not playing too far forward just yet, as Oro Jackson is still trying to find their opening back in. They don't want to play too aggressively and lose out on all their players. But the Zuka is going to be looking for a pick here. Ends up trading out on the side. This 2v2 does look like we're going back into neutral here. That is going to be stopping that push. There are those penalty points.
Yeah, this could have been like, the set basically, right? The Bet was almost about to KO, then they closed it out 3-0. Oro Jackson got the picks that they needed. Their comp is also very pick reliant. They can't really hold the control for now. It was a 2v4. They need to back up a bit. Ash trying to keep a stance on the right side. I think Funny jumped there as well. That's staggering them a bit. They have the crab ready on Bet's side. The tactical cooler is also out. I think it's just the killer whale for Oro Jackson by now. Okay, early specials. They realize they have the special advantage, but they can't find anything. But they get some specials out of Oro Jackson here. Yeah, the killer whale can't do as much here, and they get the first pick. Oh, this could be huge. Okay, they trade it out. 3v3. Oh, they get the answer. They get the answer from Oro Jackson. They don't have that much paint. Funny is still there. He can paint maybe a little bit. Pomano drops on the right side. They get the picks. They should get power here as well. And it should be the cap for them. Like, they should have the advantage. Yeah, that's the cap. That's
my goodness.
Barely. And they still can't establish control.
Oh my goodness, but that is only just going to be penalty points once again for Bet. That is just doing nothing but drawing this game out for longer. We're seeing a trade happen on the side here, so Bet isn't really going to be losing too much from that, as they already have the zone under control. The thing is, Oro Jackson slowly moving out ahead, getting the Zuka, getting the Whale, getting the Tacticaler out once again. So we are seeing pretty much this kind of like slow, patient play from Oro Jackson. Once they can get players out of the game, then they can start reading the zone.
This might be it though. This might be it. This might be it. They don't have a painting weapon. Who can contest the zone? There's barely anything. So okay, they contest it. Can they cap it? Or they get the picks? This should be it. This should be it. And Bet, takes it 3-0 over the 9th seed, being respectively the 8th seed, but a 3-0. Like this was a statement, right? this last game wasn't really that close. Like, Oro Jackson did come back, but they really had to just throw everything at the zone to just have a chance to stay in the set all the time. They never got that control, and even though the second game was very close, the first and the third one were firmly in control of Bet. And I'm impressed by them. Like, I mean, they showed us why they're the 8th seed, right?
Yeah.
I haven't seen a few tournaments in the last few months, so I was surprised to see them at 8th seed, but they might have done some other tournament results that gave them that 8th seed, and they've shown us why they deserve that seed, right? And with that, they are the first team that we at least see here on stream that punches and gets their ticket for the alpha bracket. So we're gonna see them tomorrow in the alpha bracket. Their day is done. Oro Jackson, they can still redeem themselves. If they get second to fourth in this group, they have the chance to play in another pool where when they get first there, they can also get a ticket for the alpha bracket, but they need to go extra rounds. So yeah, congrats to Bet.
Yeah, there is. Congrats to Bet. Also, congrats to Oro Jackson for having such a strong showing, especially in that Clan Blitz game. I think that, of course, Krakens are definitely something to watch out for in Clan Blitz for sure. But, we will be passing it over to Jem on the analysis desk to tell us a little bit more about what Bet and Oro Jackson were doing in this set.
Thank you, Lily. Yeah, this was a very close set. Again, so far we've only been seeing 3-0s on stream, but you can tell that the margins for error are not very large here. Either team definitely can win either of these. And I think one of the difference makers here for this particular match was the way that Bet was able to set fights up for their teammates. They showed a lot of alertness to when a fight was going on somewhere on the map, and an ability to rotate a player over to that fight to give assistance from an angle that wasn't expected. One great example here is actually the winning push at the end of Game 1 on Rainmaker Hagglefish. And what's going to happen here is the push is going to go in from one direction on the left, but then as soon as this play is being made, we notice someone's going down on the right for Oro Jackson. We've got pressure that's going to come in from the blaster, I believe, from the right side here, yes. So the whole fight has been on the left. And it's kind of not even the easiest thing to see from this overhead camera angle. It's so far away. But in the meantime, we had the V blaster sneaking in on the right-hand side. And Oro Jackson was definitely in control of the engagement on the left if that was the only place that it was at. But because Bet had the wherewithal to rotate someone to the opposite side and get that flank in, they just get to KO for free because two people get shot in the back. And that was kind of the way that they were winning a lot of their fights. I'm going to skip ahead really quickly because there was a great example here from the third game where Bet is kind of putting one person in front of everybody, and they're dragging everybody to the fight. Let me see if I've got the right timestamp here. They're able to rotate everybody to the fight, and they're able to kind of get that help to the player when they need it. It wasn't this one. So I think it was here, actually. So this is the fight for the zone at the very end of the game. And you'll see, like, Oro Jackson has, some control. They're able to pinch someone into the corner, but help is already here from Bet, and they're able to turn what was a numbers advantage into an advantage for them because they're spreading Oro Jackson out on the map and isolating them into slightly weaker positions. And so that was kind of the story of how that worked. I want to talk also a little bit about the the map on Crab Leg Capital and the way that Kraken gets used here. This is a really interesting map mode that I've been doing a lot of thinking about, for my own team. And there are a couple of really common patterns we see in the comps that I want to point out. First of all, Snipe Rider is brutal to play against on this map. This map would normally be just this paradise for a ballpoint splatling with all of the greats, the ability to attack from long range and just have open sight lines on everything. But the Snipe Rider outranges it, and so people prefer that one instead. And so typically, if you're not going to run something like that, a Snipe Rider or a ballpoint, you're going to try and run something with long-range AoE, something like one of these Rapid Blasters, to try and hit up through the grates and counter it. Range Blaster is also extremely popular on this map. Not only are those great for clearing the grates, but they're also excellent for clearing out the enemy plat. So this area right here, for those who are unfamiliar. And you're able to put on a lot of pressure that's not necessarily contestable, because if you're, say, right about here, you can hit out to about here and hit someone who's on the ground from there. But someone who's standing right here on this position, if they just aim down to try and hit you, they're going to hit the floor. So it's a great way to be able to use that AoE damage to pressure this plat area. But it's still a challenge on this map to be able to actually break through. Because the most common path that you're going to see people take to get there is up this ramp right here. And that ramp is really narrow. There aren't a lot of escape routes. There's not a lot of cover. If you commit to being on this ramp, you are vulnerable to a bomb, because the bomb will cover pretty much the entire thing with its radius. It's just kind of difficult to get up there. So what you need to do is find multiple different angles to aggress it from. You could try putting people over on this direction. This is a pretty common thing that people will try to do, but it is also very vulnerable because it involves climbing up the block and then having to jump. So one of the answers that people have found on this map is to put people on the top right, especially something like the Snipe Rider, because it has the range, the range of about a splatter scope to be able to hit in this direction. That cuts off this really powerful defensive angle, for which you usually use to stop the ramp push. And it also just puts a lot of pressure on enemy players if they're trying to stand in places like this, which makes it more difficult, again, for them to stop you from just running forward using this bump and scoring. So those are kinds of the general ideas that you tend to see for trying to push in here. And since we've got Oro Jackson playing without that kind of range, the Snipe Rider kind of just gets to bully them from this position and make it a little bit more difficult to play both sides of that. And that's part of why I think they're bringing in the Kraken, that they don't have that kind of range, so they want to be able to kind of rush their way in. But let's look at how those Kraken plays end up going, because they generally aren't really working the way that you probably drew them up on paper. So this is the first time that Oro Jackson tries using this. We're going to see the 96 Deco get their Kraken right here, and they're going to immediately move forward and pop it. Now, what you'll see in solo queue is the Kraken will just go in underneath the basket, and you'll super jump a bunch of power clams or something into it, or super jump your power clam and then try to run everybody else in. The problem with that play here is that they only have the one power clam, and so they can't just jump in 3 power clams, because that would at least be, most of the way to KO. But because they need to move people in to get follow-up afterward, and because the Kraken and the jumper that jumps to it are so likely to go down, it's pretty unlikely that this push actually results in much. They'll get the basket open, but they won't even clear the checkpoint. Or, sorry, not the checkpoint. They won't even clear the penalty. And then they'll lose the player who jumped in, which means they're at an immediate numbers disadvantage. They're just going to be able to run away from the Kraken, because they'll still have paint control up here. That won't have been contested. And the push should fall apart from there. So what Oro Jackson need to do to use this Kraken successfully is use it to displace people, get them out of the way. Another really smart thing that Bet does here is recognizing that there's a Kraken and that they can't fight the Kraken. They just fight the rest of the team. If the Kraken's not going to, score points, because it can't, then attack the people who can score points. And you can see Skokse here is forced out. They're not even able to go for the jump because they're being attacked from the front. They're having to retreat just to preserve their lives. So the jump can't even come in if they wanted to, and they probably don't want to for the reasons that I described earlier. Now, there is a more successful Kraken push that happens toward the end of the game here. This is kind of the last gasp attempt by Oro Jackson to get a push going here while they're right at the end of the game. The push that Bet got that brought them down to 19 was actually ended up being really important here because it gave them a much bigger cushion so that when this desperation play inevitably comes in, it's not going to get all of the value. You can see here, even, when they have a decent amount of control over the basket, when the Kraken goes in, Oro Jackson isn't trying to just jump to it. They're trying to push in slowly with it. They're trying to use it to get control of the plat area, but then they just swim the power clam in, and that keeps them a lot safer. It makes it so that they know that they're going to have somewhere to run away to, somewhere to move around, because they've been painting the whole way that they got there once the ball actually goes in, and they need to start getting those points down. So that's really the way that you like to see a special like that get used to try and control it. But alas, Power up here, able to get into that crucial position and use the fact that they have range advantage on every weapon on Oro Jackson's team to be able to shut that down. And the cushion that they got, getting it down to 19. Remember, they had 38 before. So Oro Jackson actually would have taken lead if Bet hadn't gotten that second push in. They are able to get all of the super jumps that are trying to come in, and that's really how a Kraken jump usually looks. That wasn't what they were trying to do there, but usually you end up jumping everybody in, and then just everyone gets shredded as soon as they land, and now it's total map control for the other team. So well played on their fights by Bet. Again, this was a very kind of adaptable comp that really both teams were running. They had a bunch of different ideas for each map, and it's seeming like with the wide variety of weapons that are somewhat viable right now, that's a pretty good way to approach team comp building, that you go map mode by map mode. You don't try to run the same weapons every time, that there aren't that many weapons that are just going to always work everywhere as well as everything else, that you want to be a little bit flexible and adapt to the map mode, and that's going to give you the best results. That's what I'm seeing right now. But I'm looking forward to seeing more, so I'm going to pass it back to our casters.
Thanks so much, Jem, for your analysis as well. Thanks so much. It's always great to hear exactly what these teams are doing from the outside of the gameplay, where everything is so hectic and fast-paced as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got some updates over some of the groups and pools of the brackets. There have been some upsets, guys. You remember Starburst? It's one of the most prominent team of the recent years. Also, our runner-ups of the last two, 20XX, they came in second twice. They got upset. They came in as the fourth seed. They got upset by Prestige, a team that actually just got founded 5 days ago. I know the people that play there very well. They're friends of mine, right? And they talked to me that they are looking to find 2 more people to make a team. Notably, in there's Phoenix, who's the best Swiss player, who put up a heck of a show at the European Championship, leading his team to the Vice European Championship even, right? And I also have Okami, which is one of the prime carbon players that we have, and they looked for 2 teammates. They found them in Hypnos, who has been a top player ever since Splatoon 1, right? Previously backline player, but he can flex a lot. So Italian player Hypnos is on the team. Also Kotaro, who was also a very prominent French player, who's more in the supportive role. So they hit it off very strong in the first tournament, punching their way all the way to the alpha bracket as the 4th seed now. They're gonna have the 4th seed in the alpha bracket because they just stole that away from Starburst, so that's a huge upset. I mean, okay, not that huge. I mean, you have 4 amazing players making a new team, right? Sometimes when everything is fresh, everything goes a bit easier, right? And they could just use this to upset Starburst, so very well done from them. And yeah, Starburst, I mean, I've looked at the brackets before. Starburst really punched their way through the losers' side before, so they can still do that. I mean, they're still not out of the tournament, right? They will qualify for the alpha bracket in another way, probably, unless they get even further upset. But yeah, you can't count them out either.
Yeah, absolutely. It's fantastic to see these upsets happen. This is always an exciting time, especially in such a prominent major as 20XX, to see what these teams can really show when they play against each other as well. Starburst being a pickup featuring players from Starburst, of course. You mentioned earlier being runners-up in 20XX previously. However, it has come to the end of our block in this tournament. It's been fantastic commentating with you, and also the analysis from Gem as well, and as well the spec cam from Brownie. But before we go, I will be asking you, Watson, where can we find you on the internet? I'm sure people have seen you around.
First, I gotta say, it was awesome commentating with you, Lily, and you can find me under Watson WADSM on most social media. Just on Twitter, it's @dwatson that you can see right below me. I sometimes do YouTube videos. I did more YouTube videos before, not so much during the Splatoon 3 era. I don't know, maybe I'm gonna do more again. Who knows? But yeah, that's where you can find me. Where can they find you?
You can find me on Twitter and also Blue Sky at Lily Gravy Bread, Lili Gravy
Blue
Bread,
Sky, yeah.
all one word. And also I do stream from time to time on Twitch as well, Lily Gravy Bread there as well, doing some of my own streams, also doing some tournament casting for the OCE region from time to time as well. Anyway, that'll be it from us. We'll be passing over to Fufu and Zari to take you through to the rest of day one.
Don't go anywhere. The match is just gonna get better from here out on. So yeah, see you guys.
back, everyone, to 20XX. Got a little bit of a commentation. And it is I, Zari, joined by the lovely over there. But yeah, by the lovely Fufu.
Hello. Again, thank you, Zari. Zari's awesome. Hello. I'm very excited to be commentating with you again here for the second half of 20XX. Our set is going to be an interesting one with 2024 versus Foams 24. 24 in both lanes. Very interesting.
Yeah, definitely a theme going on here. So it'll be interesting to see what these two teams have to offer. We can see here that we're into best of 5. So that will mean, obviously, both teams first to win. But yeah, this is very, very interesting to start. But on Rainmaker.
We do have that Rainmaker Scorch action, which I'm very excited to see here. Again, we're starting off with a pretty fast one. Rainmaker Scorch is a very interesting one. Again, just the quick checkpoint to an incredible snowball that can happen, and not just Rainmaker in general, the quick amount of points you can get in such a short amount of time. You're never safe on this map mode, which is what makes it relatively fun to begin with.
Yep, yes, indeed. And that's just like Rainmaker. The tides can be so incredibly that you always have to be ready to stop like a rogue push. So absolutely have to be careful. Yeah. From there, we'll be going into target on Inkblot, which also very standard, very well. That's a kind of map mode combination you'll see a lot. And not much like, oh, that's what it kind of works. But you can definitely see some teams that have that vile. So might something like that early on, but I don't know.
Absolute fan of Inkblot, high-key, and not only, art, hee hee ha ha, they're just, especially Tower here is an incredibly fun map, though again, we are seeing two maps that can be incredibly snowbally at the start, so it really is, so it could technically be a winner-takes-all situation in one of these first two games as we go right into it. Okay, here we go.
Here we go. And what have we got coming out from these two teams? Already, we love to see a roller here. And a blobber as well. Very impressed.
I'm looking directly at the right at the charger we see out with the V-scope, using that back here. You know how it is back here with the charger bites, but we are seeing that first op go to Foams 24, taking that first initiative. Again, that turf we're going to get from that Rainmaker is going to be great. However, Foams 24 just going in, putting that storm, trying to put that pressure up, but unfortunately with that blaster going down, we are seeing that first small advantage here for 2024.
Yep, yes. But as soon as we say that, both of the end zaps go down on each side. This is just carnage in the middle here, and it does seem that Foams 24 are gonna be able to start their push now and see how many points they can get.
We are seeing that bad action happen here, but 2024 just trying to stop the push from Foams 24. There's a lot of 24s on the screen, but them going 3 down, leading that first checkpoint here for Foams 24. Again, they're going to use this time, make quick haste, and try to get those points on the board as quick as they can. Just grabbing that Rainmaker, not wasting any time with only a minute into the game.
Yep, yes, indeed. This is what can happen with Rainmaker. Very much the kind of game where you have to be careful, and that's not working very well for 2024 right now. They're just going down one after another. And here comes the Rainmaker. Are they going to be able to get up the podium? No!
Just barely now with 2 there. But again, we are still seeing that pressure. We're still seeing Foams 24 not letting up just yet. Still holding some sort of space in 22's face, but that might be short-lived here with them going 2 down, and of course seeing a little bit of back action going out from the V-scope. However, it is going to take a lot for 2024 to get back and probably almost a knockout here just to get the lead. Oh! Okay! And a good double here from the Charger. We love to see it!
Oh my. Okay, yep, that's fair enough. That's one way. Take back mid and start a push of your own, hopefully.
Yeah. Now is the chance, if anything, seeing that back ready, seeing it pop right out. But again, we are seeing that Storm the Blob. This pressure, unfortunately, putting the back a little bit to waste here, as we are still kind of in a middle position, just waiting to see which team is going to make the push. But again, we are seeing that cooler, so things might start turning gears here.
Yep, yes. That's 2 down on the side of Form 3 down. It's only the Carbon. Only the Carbon. But they do have the Zuka to stop that push. They can get very far at all.
Yeah, that Zuka, even though they were the sole standard, just putting an absolute end to 2024's push there, even though they really need that checkpoint right now. They are making sure, just trying to make sure 2024 can't get to that checkpoint, as there is a fight going on, but this might just be their chance with almost a delayed wipe here going down for Foams 24, so this is the chance. Anything can happen here, especially with that back up in charge, so we are seeing the chance pop up here for 2024.
Yep, yes indeed. There's that also on, but are they get that trying to die on shots get to 1 or 2.
In the slow and patient game, getting those picks they need, it's gonna take a little bit, but getting that wipe out, that's gonna lead them straight to the knockout with the almost, but they don't lead.
It's still like
1 point dream here. We are seeing it. Oh my goodness, it is gonna turn into a bloodshed at the base of Foams 24. 2024 does have the lead right now, so really it's just trying to solidify, not give Foams 24 the chance to even come back and try to take it home, but they are going to take this and drive 2024 out of their base. This is almost one of their last chances here to try and take this lead back, and it's going to take a lot.
yes. 1 point, 2 point, and they need a knockout for it. They know they need a knockout for it. And that probably means they need a wipeout. Play this right, might be fine. But with the last 30 seconds of the clock, an extra clock. You're alive. That crab. They're living, still living.
Here, for they really do want this, just making their way into 2024 space, taking 2 down. Slow and Patience probably gonna take everything they need here. They are, as we are reaching that overtime hours, it's gonna take a lot, but we are seeing just 2024 trying not to let up, trying not to let Foam 24 take this game, and it's just they're trying their best to take this Rainmaker and actually do get it out right here, ending the overtime and the first set going to 2024.
Oh my goodness, what a close set that was. Absolutely incredible by both teams there, but sometimes all it takes is 1 point. All it takes.
It really took that 1 point, and as I said, they tried everything they could to knock that Rainmaker into the pedestal, but even then, they didn't quite allow it to happen. But regardless, to go from a 2 point to a 1 point knockout, that is incredibly difficult, and you know, regardless, 2024 deserved that win for taking the taking that game right under the noses of Foams 24.
Yep. Yes, indeed. They got the wipeouts when they needed them. They were able to play it patient, able to hold it just until they could find the opportunity they needed to actually get to, they were obviously focusing on trying to get a knockout, but clearly they didn't even need that. They got where they needed to get to, and then they were able to, make that defense strong enough to hold it there. So...
Oh yeah, for sure. Sports could give you a lot of points, but it's definitely towards those last moments where it's the hardest to knock out. And, you know, we definitely saw that within that set. So, I mean, just again, big props to 2024 for even taking it to that 1 point, especially when odds were all against their favor there.
Yep, very much props to them. That does mean we're going to be moving on to second game of this set here, that tower control on Inkblot. And that does mean at the moment, 4 has the first point. They just need 2 more to win out this set. But maybe Foams24 kind of knows their way around tower control a little bit better. Like, Scorch, it's as far as rain, it is a very solid one. That is something that we tend to play with Scorch. Like that is a Rainmaker mode for. But tower control, you can kind of predict it a bit better. You aren't suddenly dealing with like 4 people in your spawn with a Rainmaker in your. Like, you can see the tower progress. You know what's happening a little bit more. So maybe that'll help them out a bit. But we'll see, right?
The closest we got to that is Azuka, but we are going to go ahead, start off seeing that Carbon and Blaster again, and that Blob. We aren't seeing many comp changes here, seeing the Blaster Charger comp coming out here on 2024. So this is going to be very interesting because we are seeing the Blasters on both sides, which is going to be incredibly helpful for picking that tower here, especially in tense moments as both teams are starting to open up right to the middle, getting right into it.
Yep, yes, indeed. And it's important to note that 2024, I do believe they dropped that Zap to have the Blaster there. And that will mean that they don't have as much support, but yet again, that Blaster can absolutely keep everyone off the tower. And the right.
In this opportunity, start to turn up our with the wipeout coming out in favor of 2024. So many 24s here on the field, but not quite able to find the bats points just yet. But with these Zukas, they're just trying to make that space they can, but at least they can take this first checkpoint home with them here. But again, we are seeing these first moves from 2024 go out. Just these points starting to count down here.
Yep, yes, indeed. They're working on that, and they're well on their way to that second checkpoint now. This is really not going in the favor of 20. They're trying to get out and to be able to deal with Foams24, but it's just a struggle.
The 24's comp, it's like if you're dealing with one thing and then you have to deal with another, they force you to face one, if not another weapon crossing over, and they're just trying to hold as best as they can, but I believe that might just be the end of their push here, with them catching with a direct here on that Blaster, and here we go, we are seeing this turnaround for for 2024 here, excuse me, so this could be the chance to give Foams24 a bit of their own medicine here, as we are seeing all this space turn purple, we're getting ready for the next push.
Yes, indeed. But they're already one down. That's both of the Blasters down at the moment, which will definitely even things up a little bit. I say that, and then no, there's quite a few more down on the side of Foams24. Quite a few. Oh my!
The commentator's curse. Am I right? But yeah, we are seeing this pressure. We're seeing this pressure absolutely skyrocket here from 2024, just taking this lead now, turning the tides around here, but we are only halfway to the game, so anything can happen. As I'm saying this 2 down on 2024, it might be time to end this push here, but only not Zuka to the face right then there. So it doesn't look like they're quite ready to back down with the Carbon. Oh, okay, Vera, I see you.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like the Carbon is ever ready to back down. And to be fair, that's kind of how it works. As a Carbon, sometimes you have to find a different way into the fight, but you're always looking to be in a. So that stands to reason.
To pick someone off, find someone who's unaware, and that's exactly what the Carbon excels at here. But again, we are seeing this mid-fight kind of happen. We're seeing the Battle of Blasters happening. Who's gonna win? Who's gonna win the Battle of Blasters?
It was a tie, folks. It was a tie.
Best of three.
Yeah, that's the only answer. That has to be the only answer. We need to know.
We have to see it again. We need to find out. But we are again seeing this neutral. Again, we can't see 2020. We can't expect 2024 to pull a more defensive side of things because it is Foams 24 that is going to need these points to push. With Bloodshed going out and the defense is going to. Oh, it is a 1v1 here for the Blob versus Charger. Who's going to win it? Who's going to win it? Neither, as the Foams 24 members are jumping in and the Zuka just taking the Charger right out. We are seeing another strong possible push coming out here for Foams 24 as we're reaching the last minute of the game.
Yep. Yes, indeed. They know that they're 10 points behind at the moment. They know that they can get there. If they can get through this checkpoint, it'll become all the easier to do. But you can see right now that there's that squeezer behind the tower causing a lot of issues. But that's not enough. That's not going to be enough. And they've taken the lead.
Incredibly good here for 2024, even though with trades going out, they're putting the pressure on for Foams 24, taking 2 out! Are they going to be able to take it? Oh. 2024 might just get this another opportunity to take this push all the way to where they need to. Quickly taking the center as best as they can, but again, Foams 24 over here already having the lead is going to do all what they can to try to keep this here.
Yep. Yes, indeed. And it's important that they do. Because this is all riding on this, and that's already one down on the side of Foams 24 here. 2024 really keep up this pressure. And that's the question. Are they gonna be able to... Oh, never mind. Oh dear. Yep, never mind.
Yeah, the Vac hopping off the tower to launch the shot, giving the win to Foams 24. Again, these teams are incredibly close in terms of skill level, both just making their way around the game, knowing their comps, and just trying to exploit them as best as they can. And we are seeing that. So this is going to be a very tough set with the set numbers now being even.
Yep. Yes, indeed. We're going into game 3 here, and it is equal right now. Very much all to play for here. These two teams are showing that they're not suppressed. They know what they're doing. And coming into flat zones on Mahi Mahi of all map modes, this is going to be interesting.
Oh, you know how okay, listen. We already... Oh, here, wait, let me... There, we're bright again. But we are on Mahi zone, so I'm expecting that Charger to have a bit of a trip. Backline to backline, you know, hee hee ha ha, you totally want to bring the Charger out again. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Snipe Rider or, honestly, a DF even, considering they are playing V-Scope at the start. But again, renovations, we have that nice big zone in the middle. It's very open in the middle, but if you get locked out on this map, God, is it rough.
Oh, 100%. 100%. You need to be careful. Because as soon as you're stuck in spawn in that backline kind of area, there is really not much you can do. You need to push in with specials. You need to not, and sometimes that is incredibly difficult, especially whenever there could be a stray Zuka shot at any moment from anyone. So
yeah,
you must
the Zuka shots
anywhere. But yeah.
I would know a thing or two. I would know a thing about two about Zuka, you know, in the back lines. I don't know. I'm just saying, the Zuka from the void will always put an end to whatever rain you have. Or just react. I don't know. I'm just playing. Yeah. It's not that easy, but like...
It'd be like that, and there ain't much you can do. Simple as that. Getting into this third game of the set, let's have a look at what these two teams are going to play here, and if there's going to be any changes.
No changes here from 2024 or this either side. Actually, we are seeing a junior. Love to see it. Junior representation. Let's go.
It's absolutely, it makes sense on this map because you've got such a big zone to contend with. If you're able to get in there, get that get the shield on the zone and kind of get it quite far forward, it can protect that zone for quite a time. But we can see here already 2024 pushing up, but that does not go that well for them as they immediately go 2, then 3 down. Oh, the sniper not able to get out. That is a delayed wipeout, folks.
Strong with the push, but Foams 24 pushed even harder. And now here they are putting that pressure, seeing that attempted lockdown here that we were talking about earlier. Trying to put it rough here on 2024, only finding one pick, but it seems to have backfired a bit on Foams 24, going 3 down. The opportunity is now for 2024 to take the zone right back, seeing that bubble come out and seeing that successful cap go out here.
Yep, yes, indeed. That is 2 down on the side of Foams 24. Are they going to be able, or Foams 24, team names. But that does mean that they're still able to keep that zone and work on those penalty points already. But for how long?
Yeah, we are seeing bloodshed happening with a really good bomb pick. This is what the juniors are for, the main weapon bombs before the shooter itself. Here we are, and we are seeing 2024 try to make that attempted comeback, but again, that rain putting a bit of a stall. But with this bubble coming out, having a lot more space here for 2024, they might be able to just take the zone back, but it is seen to be a little struggle, or not. Here we are seeing this cap once more, but again, Foams 24 just trying to keep this pressure up, taking a direct back shot to the face, and that's 3 down for Foams 24 here.
Yep, yes indeed. Oh my goodness, we've already flipped it, and they've got through those penalty points, and 2024 are working their way down to the lead, and quite quickly.
To turn this lead around here, but again, they just have to hold this, try to get these points as far down as they can. We see this Charger just trying to hold this, taking a really good shot here, taking that pick, but we are seeing that contested zone, and things might just flip around here for Foam 24 unless 2024 can take it back, but going 2 down, the zone does flip into Foam 24 favor. But again, we are seeing specials back somehow. It is a little bit of a fight here, but we are still seeing those points, or not. Commentator's curse, no longer counting down for Foam 24 here. We're seeing a lot of flips here.
Yes, we are. Neither team can hold the zone for all that long before in comes the other one to switch it round. But what a snipe was that? Oh my goodness!
Shots of all time. Heck yeah!
Oh my word. But that does mean we're currently quite equal as one person goes down, then another person on the other team, and it just flips back and forth, but it has actually been staying relatively in 2024's control here. They've got below 30 now, almost below 20, as there we go. Are Foams 24 going to be able to put a stop to them before they get the whole way down? I'm not sure that's going to happen.
We are seeing this to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The game going to 2024. Again, that was Foams 24's last chance to get that done, and they weren't quite able to have it, especially with that back at the very end, just solidifying. That was them just putting the flag and be like, yep, done, woohoo! And here we see them sitting down, nice and pretty here. After this win going out, yeah, they were just able, after that penalty point just went out, they just had that hold, and it was exactly what they needed to take that game home.
Yes, no, it absolutely was. They figured out how to do that and how to keep Foams 24 away from the zone, to hold it themselves. They had the bubble down. They were able to get the vacs when they needed them, to just keep at least most of the paint that Foams 24 could get towards the zone. Very little of it actually touched it. Near the end there, they were able to just keep that control and keep it quite solidly until the end.
Yeah, and I think 2024 also had a very nice up with the anchor act of just being able to stall out Foams 24 a little bit more, having that range, having that space as they need. So that's I was very excited to see that, and I was very happy to see that it did turn out in a positive favor. But we are going to move into a tower control map all over again. So I'm expecting to see those blasters all over again, seeing zones, not zones. I'm thinking zones haggle tower here. You know, the zones haggle brain is coming through. But here we are starting out with this match point. Let's see what we have.
Yep. It's all to play for here. 2024 know that they could just take this game and they could be done with this set. But is it going to be that simple? It's up to both of these teams here to decide that. Is that a different blob? Are we seeing a Kraken coming out on the side of Foams 24 here? We are seeing that Kraken, but taking the initial bloodshed. Foams 24, I believe it's going to be a delayed.
They get the jump right up. But again, an incredibly strong opening here for 2024. Seeing this tower just moving along here with the bomb spam from both spot bombs just going at it, leaving the ramp a little bit uncovered though. So this might just be entering me for Foam 24 to get back, finding that pick on the charger and seeing that Kraken go out, trying to find another pick or just in general make that space that Foam 24 needs just to stop 2024 from making any further pushes here. But yeah, we are seeing all that go out on the field as we're trying to head back into a more neutral state.
Yep. Yes, indeed. And here we go with the Zuka that just deletes the, I do believe that was the carbon off the face of the map before they could do the same. Oh my goodness. And there's another player down on the side of Foams 24. This will mean that 2024 can try and start another push. Emphasis on try.
I think we're gonna have to wait a little bit longer for their splash to kind of make a return. And unfortunately, that back getting picked out a little early here, leaving one down for 2024, which is not quite what they need. But what Foams 24 does need is this Kraken here, which is gonna be great for making that space with that blast, which is trying to finish things off as necessary. We are seeing this first push from Foams 2024 go off, but it's not gonna be long-lived here. Seeing two down go out right off the bat. Okay, stopping that push at 24, leaving this blob to fend for themselves, and of course that a successful jump out going out.
Yep, yes, indeed. Very important that they got that jump there. But yeah, Foams 24 are very much on the back foot here. They have very little space to work with. They are starting to get their specials up, but down goes the Blobber with their Kraken ready. So that is unfortunate. This is just falling apart for Foams 24.
But again, we are seeing a fortunate side here with this Vac coming out, trying to push past this checkpoint here. But again, we are just Foams 24 just trying to do everything in their power. They're not going to go down with the fight, taking someone with them with that Vac. But again, we are seeing a little bit of a return to mid here with Foams 24 coming back, trying to take all the space they can, especially after a push like that from 2024. Again, we're seeing a little bit of carbon action, finding a trade. But again, with Foams 24 has to do a lot here to just take this lead back.
Yeah, yes, indeed. They've got a lot to do, but they never seem to keep all of their people alive when they need them most. As there just seems to be one person that goes down at the start of these pushes, and it does make it that much difficult to get that kind of momentum going. But this Kraken might be able to disperse the entirety of 2024 enough to let them get a bit more of a push going. But I do believe someone had died on the tower, so they weren't able to use it to the most effective ability as they might have done.
But we absolutely in their element, excuse me, taking shots left and right. Love to see. Look at that. They are listening. They know what they're doing here, taking these shots here for 24, which is exactly what they need. Those picks, forcing those unfortunate picks onto Foams 24 is exactly what 2024 is going to be able to utilize here, and we haven't seen that throughout the match, which is awesome to see. But with the zone starting to be able to push a little bit more, we are seeing members of 2024 start to go out. 3 down. Are they going to be able to find this last pick? Is this card going to use Suzuka? Oh, hello. Are they going to find that pick? Are they going to find it? Not quite, but we still see an advantage thing here from Foams 24.
Yep, yes, indeed. They've got to capitalize this. We're in the last minute here. They getting to 27 is not undoable, but that's already 2 players down. This is not what they need right now. They're looking to keep these pushes going, but they just end up not having the people to do it, which is unfortunate. But we're into the last 30 seconds here, so it's very much all to play for now. And what a Zuka shot!
Yeah, the Zuka shot just taking that charger out. This is the chance for Foams 24 to take this lead with only 2 points left to try to take this. Are they going to be able to take it? They do! They snag the lead right under the noses of 24 right at the end of the game. That last ditch effort really activated at the perfect timing. 2-1. Are they actually going to knock this out? Hold on. Are they going to knock this out? There's no way. They did! Oh my goodness! What? Oh my god!
What was that?
Last ditch effort. That's what that was. All right, let's get it. They activated IRL.
Yeah, they did. They did. And clearly that's all they needed. What was that? The win was in the palm of 2024's hands. But Foams just came in and they were like, no, we're having that. We're playing game 5 here. Absolutely. Which is incredible. No one saw that coming. Absolutely no one. Like, we were like, okay, cool. That's the end of that set. That'll be fine. Yeah, they've got such a lead. It'll be grand. But then, nope. No.
No, not. We were playing a little bit of Rainmaker like type B here with just the tides absolutely turning here at the end. Again, Forms 24 was like, can we turn this around? It's not over till it's over. Let's go. And absolutely took it home to a knockout even at the last second just to rub a little bit of salt in the wound. But we are seeing that even. We are 2-2. This can go anyway. This is any team's game here as we are ending in Clan Blitz, a mode that we have not seen either of these teams play. So where is this gonna go? Let us find out.
Yes, I am so hyped to see where these two teams take this. So hyped to see what they're taking into this final game 5, how they're gonna play it, where this is gonna go. So I'm sure both of these teams are feeling the pressure now, but 2024 will be feeling it that little bit more because they almost didn't have to play this game. They almost didn't. So they just have to be ready to hit the ground running in this game. Absolutely.
Oh yeah, for sure. I can't imagine the adrenaline running through both teams, especially if something that's just like as close as tense as this. And as you said, 2024 is probably feeling that a lot, especially after last game. The defense hurts sometimes, and it just be like that. But again, both of these teams are incredibly strong and are definitely in their element during as we are seeing these games. So this is going to be an awesome game to watch, especially with this match point going to either team.
You love to see it. You love to see it when you get that certain kind of uncertainty, right? Where you don't know which way this is going to go. This is the furthest thing from a steamroll or a stomp. We are just sitting here waiting to see what these two teams bring to this final game. Because it's all on the line.
Yeah! Here we go! Okay, we're not seeing a comp change from Phone 24, but we are seeing the ZNF. Let's go, ZNF! See, I mix my teams up, but we are seeing that ZNF come out. I'm very excited to see that, especially with the wall action that's going to be able, especially with those strikes. So let's see what these teams are going to bring out.
Ooh, indeed. That's 2 down for 2024. This should mean that Foams 24 should be able to, if they play their cards right, get a push started.
But that bubble was nothing short of perfect there, which is quite what they needed to hold that space, quite literally stopping Phone 24 there in their checks, but that's not going to last very long. We're 3 down. Going on, 2024 seeing that first entry of the basket and just the delayed last member going out right here and seeing these clams just flying into the basket. Okay, we are seeing the aggression from Phone 24. God, those points are just counting down to 35, 32. Oh my God.
My goodness. Okay. Most 24 know that they want this end. They know that they want to get through this, but that will be the end of that first push. And 2024 have certainly worked their way back out into mid, trying to get their own space here. But they're still definitely contending with Foams 24 to try and do that.
Sure, we are seeing the attempt of 2024 to try to make this space again, and we might just be able to see it or not with their anchor going out here and just Carbon just wreaking havoc, but or not with Zendo absolutely shutting that down right away here. Again, we are seeing the tide start to turn a bit regardless. We are seeing that pressure still go up from 2024, trying to make this work as best as they can. The wall right for the blaster is crazy.
Oh my goodness. It's insane. It's absolutely insane, the plays that we're seeing right now. But yes, we can see that 2024 have the clams that they need to get this started. They just need the opportunity here. They also need to be careful of that specific Zuka, which they do seem to be surviving. So fair play. Oh, does this?
And of course, we are seeing a little bit about the block coming out alive on that one, trying to pick up the charge and not quite just finding it. But again, with all that time, 2024 wasn't quite able to find that push they needed here, as most of the mid has now turned into 2020 Foam 24's favor. God, so many 24s. You're confusing the commentators. A lot of ink going in Foam 24, but we are seeing 2024 trying to make that return as we are back in this middle. It is the king of the castle, king of the hill, however you call it. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Just trying to take the space as best they can, and 2024 finding it.
Yes, they are. Absolutely. Foam 24 jumping out to try and save as much as they can. But even now, that is 60 points in, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to get any more clamps in beyond that. There we go. The basket closes with just those 2 power clamps being put in. It does help them because they only 1 power clamp will get them through their penalty, but they need to be putting more in next time. Even more than what? If I do the quick math, they're gonna need more than 2 power clamps to get lead. So they're definitely gonna have to keep that up and find their way back into the basket.
Yeah, they're playing slow and steady. Earlier in the push, we saw they did opt to hold middle instead of trying to force a push, which is a pretty smart move considering they are still trying to hold this pressure here in Foam 24's area, and quite finding it, taking a really good 2 down. Again, seeing this ball just try to run it and just being stopped. That is 3 down off Foam 24. Seeing that second power clamp for 2024 go in, hopefully stepping in for a longer push, but seeing those penny clamps go up, but again, they're just being forced out of Foam 24's base, not quite being able to find that lead just yet, as one of their final opportunities started to come out. Oh, that's Suka taking 2! Oh, what's the Carbon having something to say about it?
The Zuka takes 2, then the Carbon takes 2. It's carnage. Carnage in mid here. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right.
Yeah. Absolute carnage indeed, we did see. But again, Foam 24 still has to find that lead. With Foam 24's solid lead, they were sitting pretty comfortably in the fact that they have 32 on the board here. But Foam 24 again is just going to try to force a defense on Foam 24, seeing this Carbon jump out to a safer position. But those strikes coming out, making space for 2024. This is their final chance to try and, take the lead from under the noses of Foam 24 here.
Yep, yes, indeed. And those 2 power clamps should be enough for them, but they do need to get in for it. There we can see the Zuka coming out, able to help with one of the kills, but is it gonna be enough?
They got it!
Oh my goodness, I almost missed that! It was so last second, but
right under the noses of Foam 24. Oh my goodness! Hello?
Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. Fair enough. 2024 taking that set in the most insane of ways, but all right. We see you. Jeez.
Yeah, no, they're last ditch effort. Who? Oh my god. Yeah, no, we saw an incredible set. We thought with the first push that Foam 24 had right at the start of the game, we thought, oh yeah, this game looked like it's gonna be Foam 24, but no. 2024 was like, you deserve a prize.
A prize indeed.
A prize for winning the set. But oh my goodness, yeah, no, that was incredible. Just again, but 2024 throughout the game, they were showing that they were playing it slow and steady. They were holding that space, opting, especially during that first push, opting to just hold a middle position instead of going right for it, just being able to hold that space in mid longer, which is incredible to see. We love to see it, just trying to sustain their space as long as they can. And we did see it follow through.
Absolutely, we did. We did see on the side of 2024 through those 5 games that they absolutely were a bit more of the slow and steady. Foams 24 did show in a couple games that they were able to get the comebacks they needed, but 2024 kind of were a little bit more slow and steady. We'll get there. We'll win. It's fine. Just keep going, right? Don't get unmotivated because we're not winning. We'll get there. Just give us the time. And That was a bit down to the wire. Bit down to the wire, 2024, but they got there.
They got it. They got it.
Did.
You know, the journey there is great and all, but you know, they did come with the win. So that's what mattered here, of taking this incredibly close set home for 2024. And as of now, we are going to switch to an analysis here. We're going to swap this over to Jem. Take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. The story, I think, for this match was definitely written in the comps, because this is a really wild comp coming out from Foams 24, a couple of odd elements that you don't see a lot of the time, and that really changed the complexion of the game. First of all, we've got the carbon roller, which is always something that's going to have a massive impact on the way the rest of the comp has to play. You need to paint for the carbon roller. If you don't paint for the carbon roller, then it really can't get a lot done because it just never manages to get close to the enemy team. There's no way that it gets to get close enough to do the really fast damage that it's able to do unless it's hitting some lucky Zuka shots or something like that. So you want to be able to get it snuck in somehow. On top of that, we're also running a range blaster. So that's typically something you're not going to see paired with the carbon roller because the carbon roller is also very paint dependent. But if you're able to run the two of them together, there's a ton of chip damage on the comp and you're able to absolutely decimate anyone who's up over the top of the ledge. So what they do to manage this is they run both an NZAP, which is already a paint support that's going to be giving you those tacticoolers to get those players back in case they go down, both of which are weapons that are going to go down often, so that's a really valuable choice for them. But on top of that, they're also running the Bloblobber. So while this isn't going to have the range to contest something like a Splat Charger, it is going to be able to put down a lot more paint and try to hopefully make up for the fact that we're running such a low paint comp otherwise. And that did sort of work out from time to time, and there were some places that the Bloblobber was especially impactful. For example, on the final approach to the goal on Scorch Gorge Rainmaker, it was some of those blob shots that were making it really difficult for 2024, forcing them to play really patient. And while they did eventually manage to find their opening and get in there by getting some good picks, it was definitely a lot scarier when you had those blobs just kind of completely locking down the angle that you want to push up from. So very, very interesting team composition there from Foams 24, and they played it pretty effectively. On the other side, one of the things that I noticed that was kind of impactful in some cases for 2024 was that they didn't have any AoE. They were always running these straight line of sight weapons in the Charger, in the Squeezer, and a couple of shooters, whatever they decided to swap those out for. And so what that meant was that when it came to contesting ledges, when it came to looking around blind corners, it was often a lot scarier, with the exception of, I think there was a TC match where they pulled out a range blaster once. But other than that, it was a lot scarier for them to move in, and they really needed to go very slowly and steadily, like the casters were rightly pointing out there, so that they weren't getting caught out by something like the Carbon or the Blaster from places that they weren't expecting. They needed to know where their opponents were before they could walk forward. And they were also playing a comp that was just really happy to play from further back. I think the best example that we saw of this, we'll just let it play a little bit, was the Umami match here, where towards the end here, in order to be able to get their pushes going, 2024 played very, very slowly to start with. They got perched up on top mid. They're setting up their backline weapons or their Squeezer with this bubble. And that's going to give them a lot of power to stop the opponents from coming in. It's going to stop the Carbon from being able to find the angles that it's looking for on their team, but it's also going to move them in really slowly. It forced them to take multiple pushes to be able to get through this lead. And credit to 2024, because they had the patience that they needed, and they didn't go in and get picked by trying to push too early. When their pushes were about to go down, they get a push here, but notice that as soon as that push can't continue, as soon as they don't have any more forward momentum, people are starting to go down, they abandon ship, they drop out. They had a few more clams. They had, the potential to maybe go for a couple more clams on top of this, but they were like, no, our win condition is holding mid. Our win condition is being able to keep the opponents in front of us somewhere where we can see them. And since there was no major breakout, since Foams24 wasn't able to dislodge them from top mid, this patience pays off because they're able to just get set back up there again. Foams24 was never able to take mid, and because they're, mid is under control and these Zuka shots aren't really finding anything, they're hitting the big bubbler, they're not clearing top mid, the walls are in the way. There's just so much that 2024 is able to do to fortify themselves in that position. And eventually, when they do find these picks, it stays here for a good little while. That's at least like 30 seconds before they find their picks again. But because they're able to stay there, because they're able to hang in there, now the basket's back open again, and they get back down to 48. And again, the patience is so critical to playing this team comp because they don't have the pushes they don't have the pushing power to be able to really burst through the way that Foams24 did. If we look back at the push that Foams24 got right at the beginning of the game, they get 3 down early on here by just besieging the base with these Zukas. And then once they get in, they're able to continue pushing up and getting more. And this is a difference in the playstyle between the two comps. You can see that now, unlike where 2024 was just kind of backing up once they went down, look at how deep Foams24 is in the base. They've got a Kraken, they've got a Carbon. They're trying to go up and get these picks, and that's forcing the enemy team back. And so they're getting a lot of points off of just this one push. 2024 needed 3 pushes to equalize that, but because they were able to keep control of mid and use their superior range to lock the enemy team out, it was only at the very end that they really were able to get anything going quickly. And it happens because they snuck somebody in. I think it's Atomic. Yeah, so Atomic is able to jump across the blocks, and we can't see them on screen until just now. But they're able to get some power clam jumps in, and since it's overtime, there's almost no way to contest this. The only way that this play gets stopped is if you bomb the jumps so that they never even throw the clams in the first place. And so this is the situation where, that Kraken push we were talking about, or just any kind of jump push in Clam Blitz, where you're jumping someone into the basket and not expecting for them to live any longer than it takes to throw the power clam in. This is where you do that. You do that when you can get the lead in overtime and there's no counter push available because you win the game then and there. So a great showcase of that slow, steady play style, and maybe kind of a little bit of where it works and where it doesn't. Because when you need that explosive play, you're not going to be able to play it quite the way that 2024 did. But when you're able to keep map control for as long as you did, 2024 was able to make it work on that last game, and that was what they needed to close it out. So great patience, great discipline from them on that last game and throughout the set. And a well-earned win. Love to see a Game 5. Back to y'all on comms.
Hello, we are coming right back here strong. We have another set up and ready for you guys. Never back down, never what? And versus Love Deluxe here. So we're starting off right away. Thank you again, Jen, for the great analysis again. So we are waiting for these teams to set up. What is our map list for this set?
Yeah, that is the question. What are we starting with here? Okay, TC on Macromart, absolutely standard. Love to see it. That can work very well. Keeps those fights very close quarters. Means that both teams have some interesting checkpoints to get through. And definitely means that you can play a lot of less backline-oriented comps, right? That's what MIKU's very, very good for. Those very close quarters, get in the enemy's faces and stay there type scenarios. So it'll be interesting to see what both of these teams, what they're working with, what they're going to bring to that to begin with, because it's quite a good place to start. They can figure each other out and see which team works best in this scenario. So
It is, as we've mentioned so many times before, it is the staple starting point, and we are going to see that be pulled out right away. So I am pretty glad that we are starting on Mako, because we could see what these teams have to offer, and probably one of the most arguably balanced maps of the game that we have comp-wise. So minus a lockout, because a lockout can be pretty nasty. We know that if you played on Mako, you already know. You already know how it is back here. But again, I have no clue what their comps are going to be just yet. So again, it could be anything. What I do kind of expect is a bit of a slosher action to happen to kind of account for those ledges, or secondarily, maybe a blaster, considering it is tower, correct?
Yes, it is tower. It is tower control. That I wouldn't be that surprised if we saw some blaster action happening here. Sloshers do work very well, as you say. Also, the odd roller. We don't expect that. It's just a lovely surprise when we get to see it. But yeah, no, I would say something along those lines. We might even see the likes of like a Snipe Rider or something coming out from one of the teams, because you get that support. You get a little bit of range, the nice range, but it also lets you paint very, very nicely from a safe distance. So I wouldn't be too surprised, given that last set we saw was very NZ focused on the kind of support side of things. So we didn't really see that much from a Snipe Rider, but I wouldn't be surprised if one of these teams runs one. So,
but we did see the Beach Charger and the ZF absolutely throwing hands last game. So I love to see it as a background player. It is a rare case to see, especially on stream. So very much a trip. I would love to see it again. Oh, you want to hear the casters so bad?
Yes, we're sitting here. We're waiting. We're waiting for you. So we're gonna see. Yes, just depends what these two teams are gonna be bringing to the table here, and how they're gonna kind of stack up against each other, right? Because if one team comes in, 3 Zukas rolling, and they're just like, let me take down everyone from like a mile away, versus a team that's very backline, slow and steady, that would definitely be a matchup that would be a lot more difficult for the slow and steady team. But it kind of just depends how the players play it. You can definitely win with a lot of different comps. So I don't know. We're waiting for these teams.
Anything can happen. Yeah, we're sitting up waiting. We're making this conversation. I mean, anything could go. So again, when I say anything can go, I mean anything can go. So like, they could bring out a bucket. They could bring out a charger. Ooh, you want to bring out a charger? Ooh, a little birdie told me that, someone said you should bring a charger. Oh, here we go. We're gonna find this out. Right away. We're gonna find out. Charger? Ooh, charger.
Roller. Oh my goodness. Love it. I do like a carbon, but I love a vanilla splat roller. That is my freaking jam. Okay, we love to see that. Also a tent. Seeing a tent here. Was not expecting that.
Oh, here we are. We're seeing a trade immediately starting off from the right. We are seeing 2 down immediately on each team. And with this Viper only defend for itself here on the left, trying to drag them out. But again, the tower is a little more of our focus here with the nice pincer coming through here from Never Back Down, Never What. So we are seeing that first advantage go to them, forcing Love Deluxe into a little bit more of a defensive state. Challenging the roller on a that is insane!
That is insane. That is absolutely insane. But oh my goodness. All right, fair enough. I will also mention we got very distracted by everything else, but there is a bucket. Oh
my goodness.
There's also a Wi-Fi. Oh my god.
Never back down, never what. It really is never backing down here. They are forcing this into their favor. We're seeing the bucket. That's gonna be a knockout. No, it's not. Oh my god.
No.
Wait. Yeah.
What? Okay.
Oh my god. That ended just almost as fast as it started, with no turn, no yellow on the side of Never Back Down. They really did not give up. They did not back down here in this house. And look at them. Dabs. Good night. They gotta go. Oh
my goodness. Okay. That's one way to start a set. Jeez. All right. As we saw from that map, there was like all you could see on that left-hand side. All you could see was their trail in from spawn. There was nothing else painted. That part of the map didn't matter. We didn't care. All of it happened in mid and then on Love Deluxe's side. That was where everything happened, and then the game ended. So
they're like, no, we don't want to do this. No, we're
good. Game two.
We got it.
We're ready.
Ready to take the match. This. Yeah, they slayed the match, called it a day, and said, all right, on to the next. GG go next. Well, not GG yet. Well, GG for the first game. We're seeing, we are going to see Zone's ship go right out here. Okay, this map, I have a love-hate relationship with, because the mid is kind of silly. If you can move past mid, though, you're like practically set, especially if something like Zones that forces that hold with these teams getting ready incredibly quickly, ready to move on to the next game. Let's see where this is going to go.
Okay, keeping a similar coming out on both sides, I do believe. I think they still had that ends up the first time, Love Deluxe that is. But yeah, pretty much keeping it the same. I'm hoping this works out a little bit better for Love Deluxe, but they're gonna have to be careful here because already first to get the zone, never back down, never what, living up to their name.
Yeah, we are seeing the trade start to go out on the field, saying 3 down for never back down, never what. They might just have to back down a little bit here, considering their one player left. But no, they're
no, that's not in the name. That is not in the name. That is not how they roll. Oh my goodness! But it still stays.
Oh,
right. Well, that's technically not backing down. That's dying. But
oh my goodness. No, okay. We are seeing this first wave of push coming out from Love Deluxe, taking this down to 50 already, hitting that halfway marker here at the start, putting that pressure onto Never Back Down, Never What. They're going to have to do a little more than back down here to take the zone back. God, we are making puns out of this name like left and right, but Love Deluxe showing the love, getting those kills off the bat. Look, they are taking numbers off of Never Back Down, Never What, shooting this down to 20, forcing this final last-ditch effort from Never Back Down, Never What. This is getting incredibly tense here with only 10. It's going to take a miracle for Never Back Down, Never What to take this back.
But they are getting into zone here. They were not able to use the hammer. And that will be game. Surely that's game. And it was.
Hello?
Does someone want to tell me what this set is? Because I don't understand what's going on. Like, I just don't get it. I don't get it. Okay, so that happened. Interesting. Can we get a game that goes for any length of time? No? Okay, that's fine.
Okay, we had that last set. They gave us that as a treat. And then we come into the next game and they're like, they're throwing hands. You don't get to breathe. It's like
no.
We're here.
No breathing. No.
No. See, we saw the first set from Never Back Down, Never Would absolutely throw hands, and Love Deluxe was like, what are you doing? What do you think you're doing? Absolutely not. And just came back, swept the second set. What is going on?
I, yet again, truly do not understand, but we here for it. We vibing. Okay.
My headphones giving me a trip. Oh my goodness. Okay. There's Harry here! Don't look at me! I took her down!
Oh, Fair. Oh, God. The chaos continues out of the game and into the caster booth. But that does mean that we are going to be moving on to the third game of the set. This is not match point yet. They've both only got 1 point here. That means that whoever wins this will be on match point. So we're on Clan Blitz, Scorch Gorge. We're starting right now.
We're starting out. I'm not expecting too much of a crazy comp change here from either team. I believe we are going to actually may pulled out the Kraken. Oh, they're going Kraken. They're pulling out the Krakens, baby. We are not seeing a comp change at all here from Love Deluxe, seeing don't fix it if it ain't broke here from them. So I want to see, we're seeing a very quick, a very change from the zones to the clams, where zones is a hold and clams is very much an aggressive, hey, we need to get this ball into the basket, let's get into their base. So we are seeing a change of pace here in terms of zone, but again, right off the bat, seeing Bloodshed with that roller taking that first pick on the Wiper, taking out a good chunk of range off from Never Back Down Never, and Love Deluxe going in strong with 3 down on Never Back Down Never. Look at that power climb going right in. I think that's straight into the basket. They are at it. They are showing some love, baby. Let's go.
Yes, they are. And they have that bubble coming out from the roller, which definitely helped them to stay in that a little bit more. But they also, from the Brella, they're able to also make another push in with keeping it quite safe. And they also have a wall as well, I do believe. So they've got a lot of staying potential, which they are showing right now as they're able to get a push to 44, but they do end up losing 2 players for it. So they are probably they're definitely gonna lose a lot of mid for that push.
That's a delayed wipe we just saw, because they just took down the last 2 players of Love Deluxe, but now they're not backing down here. They are not giving up. Seeing this Kraken hit the field. Do they go back down?
Excuse me, what the frick was that? That did not seem to be. Yeah, that did not seem to be inbounds. Interesting. All right, fair enough.
Very well. Have a good day. Oh, the roller coaster here. Love Deluxe taking this down, but we are seeing even standing. They take the lead with another power climb, forcing this down to 24. Okay, now Love Deluxe forcing them out of the base and now has to hit those numbers of 24. Again, I don't think they're going to be any shy putting that pressure up on Never Back Down space. Probably giving them a couple love taps, taking that first pick here with the Googles, taking them out, taking that gal right out here. Again, we love to see some picks, a little love kisses, a little love death. So
yes, indeed. We love to see it. But there's definitely a little bit more death coming down on the top of Love Deluxe at the moment, which means they don't have as much room in mid as they would like. And here comes that Zuka trying to find a kill. Doesn't look like they're able to, but there is a trade going down as well.
We are seeing 2 members. We're seeing even standings here from each team, but again, most of that mid is still in Never Back Down, but more so even standing because the numbers here. That just is going to turn around here in the commentators.
Never mind.
Or not. Let me breathe. Let me speak my truth, man. Come on. We are not having it here.
Almost immediately, it becomes false. Commentator's curse is so real. But we can see here that Love Deluxe are definitely trying to get another push going in. They've got the Kraken here finding the kills, or at least 1 kill, but kind of getting stuck in the base. I'm not sure they know that they're there. Well, it doesn't matter. Does not matter. Never Back Down, Never What are ready to push.
Here we go. We are seeing the points past their penalty, taking it down to 18, and Love Deluxe spawning a little bit here, trying to get these picks that they need, but no, 6, only 2 times needed to knock us out of the park, but they're not quite going to let them have that satisfaction of a knockout just yet. Seeing the longest running game we've seen throughout the set, actually going past 2 minutes here, but we are seeing the follow-up push coming out from Love Deluxe. Oh my god, words here, this is getting crazy in the commentator's booth. Oh my goodness.
Crazy is definitely one way to put it with what we're seeing right now. So many people on the side of Love Deluxe are going down, but there was also 2 people down on the side of Never Back Down, Never What. So that doesn't, neither team are able to get any kind of a foothold in mid, at least not quite yet. But Never Back Down, Never What are certainly trying.
Indeed, but going 2 down here, putting a little bit more favor into Love Deluxe favor with that Tri-Slasher, trying to work a little mayhem, actually jumping over the roll and strip breaking their ankles as a matter of fact here as we see. But we do see Love Deluxe still get that claim in regardless, just trying to make this push happen, trying to make it work, but with members going down, it's looking a little bit rough with the basket starting to look green here.
Yep, yes, indeed. I'm not sure they're going to be able to find their way in time before it closes. They do have the power clam sitting ready for them to do another push, but they do have to be careful that they don't go down in the process.
For sure, and with the push not lasting very long for Love Deluxe, they still have one last opportunity to try to get this lead back from Never Back Down, Never What. They're gonna have to put a lot of love into their push here to try to make this work, but unfortunately, one down right away with the hammer. But again, we are trying to see a little bit of a sneaky pushover, not quite being able to find it just yet, but now we're seeing the double time happen with these Booyah Bazookas. Everything's gonna happen here on the field with that ball not going for a sneak.
Wait, what?
They snuck around and put it in. They see none.
Oh my goodness. Okay, fair enough. Game taking too long. Don't want to deal with overtime. Just put Parklam in it. Just get over to the other. the other one.
We are.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
No, look, we went from absolute short games straight to knockouts to complete overtime. Like, oh my god.
Yep, to sneaky Parklam in the basket, ending it before Love Deluxe can really do what they were trying to do. They didn't even get the chance.
They cut him off. They literally cut them off. The one rule of magical girl transformations is don't cut them off mid-transformation. That's exactly what they did.
Exactly, that is exactly what they did. Didn't give them anywhere near the space they were looking for. They could not get to the basket. They didn't have the time. It was just, they had all the pieces. They just didn't have the time to put it together, which is unfortunate, but it happens. It absolutely does. And it just shows whenever it's sometimes when you're being that little bit slower to get in so that you can have everyone alive, it just gives the other team the opportunity, especially in overtime, to just be like, let me just stop all of your plans before you can do anything with them. Let me just stop you right there. And that is very much what Never Back Down, Never What are all about. Like, they will stop you in your tracks and be like, it's our turn. We're gonna put stuff in the basket. We're gonna push the objective. It's our turn. You've had your turn. We are done with this game. So
we're done. We're done. Cut it off. Cut the cameras. We're done. We're done.
And that does mean freaking Bronny cutting the cameras. That does mean we are into game 4 here, which is Splat Zones, and we're back on Umami here. So we are, I think this is match point to Never Back Down, Never What. So they could, this might be their game. They might just be done with the set. But we saw in the last set, we saw that you can never be too sure. Still all to play for.
Sure. Anything can happen, but we are seeing the same comp once again return for Love Deluxe here, and Azuka coming out here from Never Back Down. Oh, that was there before, wasn't it? We are seeing the gals instead. Excuse me, mixing up my weapons here, but we are seeing those gals with the first cap might just be going to Never Back Down Never What with that high amount of turf on the floor, not quite finding that cap just yet. We're seeing a little bit of a stall happen, trying to get those picks out, taking 2 down on each side. So it really is, we're having the fight here of all time to the death. Get in the stadium. We're going for a ride. Here we go.
Yes, indeed. Never Back Down, Never What. Able to get that first cap here, but Love Deluxe already well on their way to capping both zones and getting a push of their own. They just need to get to the second one, and they need to get their picks that they're looking for. But I'm not sure that's going to be possible.
Yeah, but 3 down on Love Deluxe. I saw a really nice fight on the edge. Just the Viper absolutely utilizing the range you can, and the 10 opting to jump back to a teammate to try to preserve himself a little bit more. But we are seeing that pressure start to immediately go out from Never Back Down, Never What. But Love Deluxe is still trying to hold on the best they can here.
Yep, yes, indeed. That's 1 time on both sides. We can see that roller is, I think, a little bit struggling to find their footing, but that's more to do with the lack of paint and just how aggressive Never Back Down, Never What are being here. Like, would you like to see mid? No, not as Love Deluxe. You're not allowed to. That's not on the cards right now. But they might be able to find their way out, though they do need to do that now.
Yeah, no, it's going to take a lot, but again, we're seeing Never Back Down Never What actually showing a different side of things compared to what we saw in the last one, going in for a wipeout here, a delayed wipe happening, going out here. Never Back Down Never What is not giving up here, taking these Zukas, pushing them into the face of Love Deluxe. They were not struck by Cupid's bow tonight. Or maybe they were because they love to hold them out here. Oh my goodness.
Yep. Yes, indeed.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that was a lot quicker, a lot more certain than that last game, but still showing that Never Back Down, Never What absolutely are here to move on.
Yeah, no, they did not give up, forcing Love Deluxe back into their base, not letting them have a second to breathe, pushing them right into a corner and just continuing to knock them out. Again, we saw a complete turnaround from what Love Deluxe gave us in the last Zones games, where they did exactly that to Never Back Down, Never What, and Never Back Down, Never What, giving them a bit of their own medicine, forcing them to hold defense the entire game. 100-0, here we go. And that's a treat. Well done.
Yes, well done to Never Back Down, Never What. They really showed that they were here to get through those games, move on to the next set, and keep dominating. But Love Deluxe absolutely had some solid plays, very solid game there. So very, very well played to both teams. But that does mean that Never Back Down, Never What are continuing onwards. But yes, we're going to quickly hand on over to Jem here for the analysis.
Take it away.
Thank you, guys. So there's a really, really interesting team comp, and I keep saying that, but, you know, we once had crab meta in this game, right? We once had a meta where if you weren't running a splash or a machine, you probably had to reconsider your weapon choice. And so it's beautiful to see the amount of variety that's coming out on current patch, that we're seeing so many unique approaches to the game and different play styles that we're able to break down here. So let's talk about Love Deluxe, because that is not a comp you're going to see every day. Glooga's, Pentabrella, Splat Roller are three, again, very polarizing weapons. They're weapons that force the rest of the comp to play around them. And what they're trying to create is really cool. And we saw it, I think, really well in the Clam Blitz pushes that they were able to put together on Scorch Gorge in particular. I think that was really a great example of them. But let's just talk about them in a vacuum first. You've got a bunch of walls here. You've got the literal splash wall from the Gloogas. You've got the tent shield from the Tentabrella. And you also have the big bubbler that we're looking at from the Splat Roller. So while none of these weapons are great at just running forward at an opponent, except for, you know, the exception of the tent, which is going to do so very slowly, if very difficult to stop while doing so, they're not going to move at you very fast. But when they do get there, they're going to put up a wall and they're going to be able to stay there. And so rather than playing like a race car to try and zip across the map at the enemy team, like you will see from like shooters or the Wiper, that's way more of what Never Back Down is. They are a truck. They're not going to get there very quickly, but when they do, they're going to run you over. It's going to be very deliberate and very powerful once they get into those positions. So when, for example, on Clam Scorch, they were able to get underneath the basket in that little choke point, they had the tent shield to block it off, and then they had the big bubbler to block it off, and then the Gloogas got in on the enemy side and were putting up splash walls. There were so many things they could put in your way to stop you from forcing them out. And so that was how they were able to play their offense. Now, I think one of the downfalls of this comp, the lack of the ability to push in bursts, is something that really came back to bite them in this final game. You can see, you know, they're able to contest for a while, but it's when they get put on the back foot here that things really start to fall apart for Love Deluxe. Once they're into this kind of position where the enemy team has a good amount of paint and a way in, it becomes a lot more difficult to play that play style because they need to move forward to be able to get anything done. And they don't have a ton of tools to be able to do that. They're not going to be able to get the Booyah Bomb from the Glooga Dualies very fast. It's not a very fast painting weapon. It has a very slow fire rate. So it's not going to be able to create openings that often. If the Zookas from the tent don't get a lot done, you have Big Bubbler and you have the Tacticooler. Now, those are both great specials in their own right that have their place in the meta, but the problem is that they don't create space for you. They don't move the enemy team out of the way. And even if they did have something that moved the enemy team out of the way, they don't have weapons they're going to be able to push up quickly to follow up on that. So a lot of the specials that get used here in this final engagement don't get a lot of value for the team. And on top of that, the roller is kind of forced to play too far back to be able to do anything. That's a weapon that needs to be right on top of you to be able to do damage. And since it can't get in, it just gets caught here. And now the team is down a player, and they fall apart one by one. So I think that while there were definitely some major strengths that we saw coming out of Love Deluxe's comp, and it was able to be successful in a lot of situations, I think the ability to move forward quickly here is what ended up being the overall decider of the match for Never Back Down, Never Surrender. I know how to finish it. I know what you mean. They don't back down here. They just keep pushing forward instead. And they're able to get in position before the slower comp of Love Deluxe are able to set up. And that's what sets up for the quick KO. Man, like, it was such a fast match as a result of that. Either Love Deluxe is going to lock them out entirely and they're not going to be able to play the game, or Never Back Down is going to KO really quickly. I would just like to express my discontent to these players, because I was trying to get a lunch break in during this set, and they just finished all of their games so fast because of how explosive both of those comps are that I wasn't able to do that. And with that with that complaint that I would like to file, with that note, I'm going to pass it back to our commentators in the hopes that maybe the next match will be a little bit less exciting and I'll be able to get something done during it.
Yo! HATSUNE MIKU has made it to the set! Let's go!
Indeed.
Yes! HATSUNE MIKU! We have the concert, baby! Let's go!
Oh my goodness. And with that, we are getting ready for the next...
I'm sorry, just through the chat and run into HATSUNE MIKU! This is awesome! This is good! HATSUNE MIKU, baby, let's go!
What can I say? It's an important tournament. I'm here. I'm here and I'm ready to commentate this next set. I don't know how I thought I was gonna do this without laughing. But regardless, we are here and we are getting ready for the next set between Hypernova and Kung Fu Panda. I can't look at the stream. I can't see myself.
Give it to some guy, bro. Regardless, we have some advertisements here where you guys are seeing on the screen the paypal.me link where you guys can donate towards the prize pool here, and again give a little bit to our organization as well here to support not only the players but also the people that are organizing this for you guys. So do check out the link, paypal.com/paypal.me/20xxsplat. Do if you got the funds, do feel free to add to the prize pool here.
Yes, every little bit helps. And also important to note that Breeze is literally this month. It is literally this month. I do believe you still got time to sign up, but I don't think there's much time. I think today was the last day. Now this might be the wrong information, but I think today was the last day to sign up as a team. So if you're still umming and ahhing about Breeze, get on with it. Oh my goodness. But it's going to be a hell of a LAN. And I do believe like the numbers are kind of insane. I don't know them off the top of my head, but this LAN is going to be absolutely huge. So if you're able to go, absolutely do.
Of course, we have the Splatoon Stronghold. You guys know here at Dapple, we have the Splatoon Stronghold ads all the time. But again, This is a really nice hub if you're getting started in a competitive, or if you're already part of competitive here. This is a great stop for information. And again, we are seeing those links at the bottom of the screen. So if you are interested, do consider joining Splatoon Stronghold here.
Yes, indeed. You've seen this ad a million times. I hear it in my sleep. I have heard it so many times. So yes, if you're at all interested in Stronghold or learning more where Splatoon competitive is concerned, absolutely hop in there. But yes, we are getting ready for this next set between Hypernova and Kung Fu Panda.
Kung Fu Panda, yo! I got the whole Kung Fu Panda, dude. Nah. Here we go. Here we go.
Hell yeah, we are here for this between these two teams. We will be starting map-wise, I do believe, on Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track. That's where we're going to be starting out this set. So, certainly, Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track. That is a map mode that exists, and normally it's either stall, massive push, or massive push, massive push, massive push, massive push, game ends. You know, so I'll be interested to see which one of those we're going to be seeing from these two teams.
I always say it every single time, but you think you're safe on Rainmaker? You think you're safe on Rainmaker? Period. Absolutely no. And then you go into Humpback? No, you're not going anywhere, honey. You thought you had the lead? Mm-mm. No, you don't. I've seen things go from 2 to a knockout on this map, and like
it takes no time.
You're not done with the game until you knock out, and especially this map mode is a prime example of that.
It really is. It really is. And you have to be like, as the team defending, like, all it'll take is one mistake, one person being out of place, not dodging one Zuka shot. Let's be real, what meta we're in right now. And then suddenly they go from a push of, I don't know, like 50, 60 even, and then suddenly they're at 17, right? So you, as a team on defense, this map specifically can be hell. So you do have to be so careful. Yeah, but if you're the team that gets the really good push, or even like a knockout, obviously you're fine, right? So you do just have to be that team.
Don't laugh, because I'm gonna start laughing. What's it called? Thank you, HATSUNE MIKU, but real, true. What? Oh god. Okay. Anyways, but yeah, no, literally. Even if you do have that strong lead, again, like I said earlier, it's Rainmaker. You're not done with the game until that Rainmaker is slapped onto the podium. So it can happen. Anything can happen here.
Absolutely anything can happen. And that is the chaos of it. It is important also to note that whoever wins this between these two teams goes to Top Cut. So even more to play for. even more. You gotta make the round count. Make it the redemption bracket. We're here for a good time, not a long time. And the best especially
time is going to be
on Humpback. Especially in this mode.
We need a gone. We need it obliterated to the depths. You know, maybe we're putting on too much commentary opinion, but we are going to go ahead, start up right here, right now, seeing these teams. Let's see what they bring out. Seeing a disconnect. We're seeing a disconnect. That's what we're seeing.
Lovely.
Good night.
Yes.
Good night, chat.
You know the way we were gonna see game one? So not yet. Just not quite. Like, we were almost ready, and then we had 7 players. So we're gonna give that a take 2. It happens. We live in Nintendo's world here, and they do not care. So here we are.
They don't, but like, you know, we shouldn't talk about Nintendo while we're on this. It's just like, again, we almost had it. If it happens again, they're stuck on that 3v4. They have no replays anymore. Let's just hope it was a Nintendo problem and not a router problem.
Yes.
You know,
that is important.
You gotta. Yeah, we gotta have our sets here. You gotta give us something to cast.
Yes, we want to see some Splatoon gameplay, please.
Also, while we wait, look at her. She stares into your soul, man.
She does, and that's the last thing you see before the Splatoon gameplay continues. Oh my god! Right, I count 8 players. That's 8 players left to see.
8 players. Here we go. I was gonna comment on the blaster. We were missing one last game, but we're not gonna skip past right that zip right past that, excuse me, as we see the first pick go out on the field here. Hypernova taking the first kill advantage here, but not for long as numbers are starting to be evened out here with the bucket going straight down. We are seeing, again, that carnage starting to pop out. We are seeing special starting to go online, but we are waiting for that Rainmaker to be grabbed here. So there's not quite a push just yet.
Yep. Hypernova were very much, and continue to be in a good position for a push, but Kung Fu Panda will just take the Rainmaker, right? They're just like, okay, you're taking too long. Our turn. But Hypernova should now have the ability to get a push of their own and make it to that checkpoint with the map control they have and the players where they have them, and they are able to get there, but it's 60 to 63 right now. And they're 3 players down, so yeah, that's the end of that push.
But what they do have over Kung Fu Panda right now is that checkpoint, which is what the most important part is, especially in something like Rainmaker. You're not truly in danger until that checkpoint gets popped, and that's where Kung Fu Panda needs to take. So we are seeing these strikes coming out, we are seeing these special starts come out, and because we love seeing the Rainmaker be used as a form of aggression, but that Kraken absolutely putting it to a stop, taking 2 out, one of them being the Rainmaker here, not quite seeing the third just yet. And Mike just got caught by this blaster here, actually. Or not. They have proven me wrong tonight.
Indeed, they did back off when they needed to. But yeah, very important for both teams to try and stay alive. That the 96 is able to jump out when they realize that wasn't going any further. But that does mean that Kung Fu Panda now has the opportunity to make another push. They do need to get to that checkpoint and get through it this time. Before they're able to kind of make any more progress. But that doesn't seem like that's going to happen quite yet. Spoke a little bit too soon here. Hypernova want another go.
They want another go. They want to... You should totally share. Mom said it's my turn on the Xbox. And they're on the Rainmaker. Excuse me. We're on Nintendo Switch. You guys know what I'm talking about. You guys get the message. But again, we know what you mean. Already having that checkpoint, yes sir, already having that checkpoint up and ready, using this Rainmaker to put that pressure out on the field, already finding 2 down on Kung Fu Panda. This is now Hypernova's opportunity to make this push as best as they need, but that Rainmaker getting absolutely shut down. They're on that ledge, forcing 2 down on Hypernova.
Yep, yes indeed. They're able to stop them from getting any further. 33 is respectable, but not safe. Nothing is safe, especially on this map. You cannot just say, oh yeah, they'll not get to 32, because absolutely one mistake and they will. So Hypernova need to keep this aggression up, but Kung Fu Panda are looking for their opportunity here. They're looking to try and see if they can get this Rainmaker and get maybe a wipeout at the same time. That's what they need.
We saw a little bit of interesting position here, but we are seeing that Rainmaker go down here on the bottom side of the mid part of the map. So again, Kung Fu Panda not quite having that checkpoint yet. So the pressure from Hypernova is even more dangerous, considering that they have the opportunity to push past that 63 that Kung Fu Panda has there. Again, we are seeing the 33 here on the field, but any points are better points, as we see right away pushing this all the way to 15. They're trying to solidify this as best as they can, even without the knockout, trying to put as much as they can, try to minimize the risk of losing that lead. Again, with only a minute left, Kung Fu Panda needs a lot to take this back, including that checkpoint.
Yes, they do. They have still not got through it. They need to get a move on here, but Hypernova are making that incredibly difficult for them to do. This might be the opening they need, but already there was that player ready to just kill that Rainmaker before they got any further. And there we go, the Zuka shot, I do believe, is what finally took them out. But they're still going. Kung Fu Panda are not done yet. They do get through the checkpoint with 20 seconds still on the clock before overtime. Oh, this is going to be close. But
it's still going to be
are they going to be able to get another push going? That's what's important here.
Yeah, we are seeing their support go ahead and take this. And that Kraken coming up. Oh, that Kraken might just put an end to things with it. Oh, they got hands. They're literally breaking their ankles. And the hard punish coming out or not. Oh my god, there's no way to take that. There's no way to take that. Hold on. With the Rainmaker going back at the end, the main show has been stolen with the Rainmaker only sealing it off, putting short to the play we had here at the end. Oh my goodness. Kung Fu Panda not quite able to find that checkpoint during the beginning portions of the game really unfortunately put that nail in the coffin here, only leaving the last minute to get what they needed to get the lead, putting Hypernova in a really good spot for most of the game, which really locked in their lead, especially that 15-point lead they were able to secure.
Yeah, they were just able to keep that aggression constant. Absolutely. Even whenever they lost the Rainmaker and Kung Fu Panda was able to start a push of their own, they just never made it to the elbow until the end there. They just didn't have that the same kind of aggression coming out on their team as we saw from Hypernova. They just they weren't able to find their footing in the same way, I do believe.
Yeah. And it could also be the humpback effect. Because humpback effect, it's a very Korean map. You don't ever feel stable in this map, if that makes sense. Your foot is never level with each other. So I think that could be a portion in this. But Hypernova absolutely was able to adapt to the field that they were giving to them, using the way of the land, using the way of the map to push all the way to that 15, somewhere where Kung Fu Panda wasn't quite able to keep up there. However, we are going to be seeing change of maps here. So anything can happen now, because both of these teams have shown to be pretty strong here as we change to a completely different map, one that's quite open here, Museum Clams.
Yeah, Museum Clams, obviously clams can work a certain kind of way with a snowball of momentum. We saw a lot of that coming out from Hypernova in the first game. You can definitely do that with clams, and I would say you can also do that specifically on Museum, but you also need to be able to lock down mid quickly, and then capitalize on that before the other team is able to do anything about it. Because as soon as you've got mid, you want to be pushing up into the other team's face. You want to be stopping them from regrouping, because of how separated the mid and then the plat are. So hoping to see something that's able to kind of hold its ground a little bit from these two teams, but like a ballpoint, for example.
Ballpoint can definitely help hold that middle there and try to force a tide, or just force the other team to not quite get as effective or as fast as a push as they would like to, especially with an anchor stop. And we are seeing quick moves here from Hypernova, taking the quick route here into the space, finding that slosher and taking that trade right away. So numbers are quite even here, but we are seeing specials coming out still even, and I believe that is a wipeout immediately. The advantage going to Hypernova, pushing Kung Fu Panda out and taking the immediate push, breaking that barrier right away. My goodness, they were not short of fast to make these moves into Kung Fu Panda's base.
Yep, no, absolutely. You're dead on right there. They're able to get that push going quickly, capitalize on it immediately. They weren't able to keep that going and find their footing in Kung Fu Panda's spawn, but that is absolutely a respectable first push there to 68. Sometimes you'll want more, especially if you're going to get wiped out by the other team immediately and able to run directly in, but still, absolutely, this is chaos. And we see that Inkjet trying to find a couple of picks, but getting taken out not before Kung Fu Panda is able to get a push to 42.
Yeah, the push can be strong, but the counter push sometimes is just going to be even stronger. And we definitely saw it here with Kung Fu Panda pushing things down all the way to 42 here, which is a not the biggest lead, but it is the lead that they need. But again, things are starting to move quick. Seeing this Kraken out on the field, trying to make space, but not quite anyone following up just yet. Here we go. Never mind. I take that back. Seeing the teams coming up, taking the plat of Kung Fu Panda. Again, this is the game of counter pushes. He way down! Here we go. This is their golden opportunity to take this lead back. We see a jump, I believe, for the pity here, as they're probably going to try to take this jump in. Take that pity in. Are we going to see it? Not quite. Oh, wait! Yes!
Oh! Yes, we are going to see that. And what a push. That should be the end of the push now. But a push to 17. that is going to be absolutely quite annoying to be on the side of Kung Fu Panda. Not impossible, but they were hoping that they wouldn't need to go too far down here. So they're gonna be gonna need to find their way back into mid and safely, and killing all of the other team will help you do that.
We are seeing the tides turn again. We see our ball point actually up in front of their plat. What an interesting take here. Again, with the jet. I see you, big jet moment. Trying to use this jet to make this pressure along with these strikes, which is a great combination, especially with that ball missing. They're not quite able to find it, but here they go. They have 2 here. This is their opportunity. They still do need a couple more points here left to take this lead. Only one more time, and that lead has been taken. Will they be able to knock us out considering all the pressure in their face? This could be the last moments of the game.
Yeah, well, yeah, but this is the kind of thing that ends up happening a little bit later sometimes, but here we are. I think we're going to continue this game, seeing as no one's able to get up and no one has the clams to finish that anyway. But, okay. Okay, Kung Fu Panda. Okay, sure, fair enough. That's one way to decide, we're able to stay toe-to-toe with you. But that's one down on either side at the moment, and Hypernova are ready to go in.
Oh yeah, for sure. But again, Kung Fu Panda is just as ready to defend. But again, that Kraken is going out, forcing 2 power clams into it. And this might just have to be a knockout if they want the win with that clam on the bound, underneath the basket. But again, Kung Fu Panda just trying to hold the rest of the clam. They need the 1 clam to take the lead. And it's going to take a lot here for Hypernova to do it. But listen, taking the lead right under the nose of Kung Fu Panda. Oh my goodness, from the 1 clam needed to knockout, still leaving that opportunity for Kung Fu Panda to still take this game. So it can go anywhere, but that lead definitely in Hypernova's favor all the way down to 1.
What is this? I don't understand. Oh my god. You were quite right whenever you said quite near the start that this is the game of counter pushes, because that is all we're seeing. Counter push after counter push, getting the lead, and just getting so much closer to knockout each time, but just not quite having all of the clams at their disposal to actually finally finish it off. But that's 2 down on the side of Hypernova, and we can see Kung Fu Panda are sitting, they're ready, they want to put these clams in, and they get the first one in, and that will be lead. That will be knockout.
Yeah, all they needed were those 2 power clams here, and they had just that to knock this out. My goodness, yeah, no, it was incredibly back and forth. We saw here, one team is not quite satisfied with that result, so they come in with another into the other, and to that one, and all the way up to the knockout, and a well-deserved fist bump on top of that. Incredible counter push game here from Kung Fu Panda.
Yes. Absolutely incredible. You do not see games like that very often. Normally it's, we'll try another push, but we only got like 1 power clam in, we didn't get to lead, followed in by another team being like, oh, well, we'll give this another wee push. And then, but no, they were constantly up in the ante, constantly trying to get the lead and getting it. But what it took to finally end the game? A knockout. Absolutely a knockout.
Yeah, and the foot had to be put down, especially here for Kung Fu Panda, to just stop Hypernova from having any other chance to make it in and possibly take the lead from under their noses. So they chose to knock it out in that moment, which is exactly what they needed. Now, evening the score here, which, again, we're seeing a lot of close sets here in the Redemption bracket. This is getting incredibly interesting here. We love to see these tense matches. And honestly, both of these teams were quick to defend as they were to attack. So this can go any way. Let's see what the next map loads are.
Yep, let's see where we're going from here, and that is onto Tower Control on Inkblot. We saw this earlier. It's absolutely standard. It's one of the ones that you see all again and again and again. So yeah, I would say these teams know what they're doing on here. But is this going to be a bit more of a steamroll like we saw in the first game, or are we back to stalling and getting stuck at checkpoints? I think it's more likely that these teams are going to struggle back and forth a lot more like we did see in that last game.
happen. It's whoever really gets their footing first here, especially with this map that can be a quick snowball. We are seeing that Blaster and Sasha return here, and we are seeing just this, around same comps here for both teams as we are opening up here right away. There we go.
Yep, there we go. Absolutely what we've been seeing from these teams. Already fighting their way into mid here. Hypernova are the first to lose people in the first skirmish here, but Kung Fu Panda lose more. So that will mean that Hypernova are going to be the first team that will be able to get a push going, but how far is this going to be able to last?
And they do have 2 people on the checkpoint, just trying to rush that checkpoint along here. But again, we are seeing members of Kung Fu Panda trying to come back, trying to contest this, taking one of their main aggro's out here right away, which is pretty huge here. But again, we are seeing this Kraken trying to say something about it, maybe finding this pick or not. I take that right back, not quite able to find it, and might just get punished here. There it is.
There is the punish, but they do end up trading for it. So that will mean that Hypernova have yet again some more space to continue that push that they started, and to hopefully make it through that first checkpoint and onwards. And with 3 down on the side of Kung Fu Panda, that's a delayed wipe. They are definitely going to make it through this first checkpoint.
One is definitely in their favor as the pressure is on for Hypernova, just trying to hold members of Kung Fu Panda right out, but they are starting to take a little bit of their base back, seeing these Zukas start to get popped up, and a counter Zuka taking that counter Zuka, only to be met with a Kraken here in the face, taking another one out. Oh my goodness, things are looking amazing here for Hypernova, taking those 2 down, only adding to the pressure that they're able to put here.
Yep, yes indeed. They're keeping that pressure up and working their way to the next through and past that next checkpoint and onto or towards the third one here. They're trying to, at least.
For sure. We are seeing this shot just trying and not quite finding it. 2 down on Hypernova. This is now Kung Fu Panda's time to take the mid back, to try to take their space back and stop Hypernova from going any further, which they have successfully stopped their push for the first team, but unfortunately going 1 down. That Zuka unfortunately finding death right as his special was out.
Yep, yes indeed, which does mean that the other team are a little bit safer for the moment, but for how long? Probably not long.
Ooh, yep, especially with that wipeout that just went on the field here. Kung Fu Panda now having that advantage that they very much so needed to push past the 90 points that they had. But Hypernova already being quick to take their bats, or not. I'm going to take that back right away as the bats are now covered by Kung Fu Panda. We're seeing that bloodshed start to happen, start to go out on the field, the carnage, as we've been seeing all games.
Yep, yes indeed. A little bit of Hypernova's own medicine here, where Kung Fu Panda are able to keep up this pressure, but it does seem like, as I'm saying that, the tides flip and they are able, Hypernova are able to push their way back out of their spawn with that tower, and still with lead in hand. So, but as I say that, 3 of them go down, and immediately Kung Fu Panda are pushing again.
We are seeing that Zuka try to say something about it, only finding 1 pick here, and not quite the other, or maybe? No, we see a nice pesky jump out there, but we are seeing the lead slowly start to inch into Kung Fu Panda's favor, seeing that 49, trying to push that checkpoint out of the way. The lead is just barely in their hands. Are they going to be able to get it? That Stamper might just have something to say about it, but those strikes coming out, forcing the lead into the favor of Kung Fu Panda.
Oh my goodness, yes, those strikes able to provide the cover that they needed to get to 31 there. That was very, very well placed. But that's already 2 down on the side of Hypernova, and with only a minute left for them to get to 30, this is going to be quite a struggle for them. That being said, Kung Fu Panda don't want to be too overzealous here, don't want to push too much in case they lose teammates in the process. But that seems to be what's happening with Hypernova instead of Kung Fu Panda, at least right now.
Yeah, again, we are seeing a really nice hold of the ramp here, but again, that Slosher's range is going to be a little pesky as Hypernova's just trying to find their footing again in their own base. Seeing a little bit of the turf here in the middle starting to turn more yellow, but Kung Fu Panda is just trying to put the pressure, not trying to let Hypernova take the 3-point lead they have under. It is a lot here that Hypernova's going to have to do to try to take this back. Seeing that bucket coming out successful on that right pick was absolutely everything that they needed there.
Yep, yes, indeed. We can see right now that bucket taking out those strikes and able to keep people off the tower, even the Kraken.
Kraken not quite able to find the tower at the end, securing the win for Kung Fu Panda, which is absolutely what they needed, especially after the 34-point lead that the other team had here. So well done taking that right under their noses. They seem to just have that under their belt, the last-ditch effort activation at the end. And again, we are seeing that lovely, lovely fist bump here.
Yep, yes, indeed. That does also mean that Kung Fu Panda are at match point now. This is everything to play for. And we are going to be moving on to the Clan Blitz game next. But yeah, those two... Sorry, Bryony. Which will be on Umami. We keep saying Umami. There's a lot of Umami in this map list. But yeah, that game started out with Hypernova incredibly strong, positioned to kind of just keep going. But as soon as they got knocked off the tower and Kung Fu Panda kind of found their footing, that's all it really took for them. They were able to kind of snowball it slowly into their favor, get to that lead. It took a couple of attempts, but they did actually get there. And once they did, Hypernova there wasn't time to come back from that.
Their persistence incredibly, it very much did pay off to have that persistence, to keep nagging at Hypernova until they could crumble them and take the lead right under. Those strikes were a perfect timing strikes, especially it was what Kung Fu Panda needed there to take that lead. It was just perfect timing, perfect opportunity, and all the stars aligned for Kung Fu Panda at the end of that game.
Oh, absolutely. And yeah, those strikes really were what helped them to get there, to kind of cover them as they got those final few points, and to stop bombs from being chucked at the tower, to stop anyone being able to see clearly where the tower rider was. But yes, absolutely. But coming into this fourth game, Kung Fu Panda, they want to just take it, right? They want to be done with this set. They want to move on, because I will remind you yet again, this is whichever team wins this gets into Top Cut. This is a fight for Top Cut right now. So Kung Fu Panda are in a nice position, but we've seen Hypernova earlier. We've seen what they can do, and even though Kung Fu Panda, I was going to talk about game 2, but regardless, we're getting into this third set. Gotta see what these two teams are going to bring here. I would expect it to be the same as we've been seeing so far.
Yeah, indeed, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Still seeing that Kraken come out, so we might see a little bit more of that Kraken cheese from earlier. But again, we saw just how back and forth Clan Blitz has been, especially on Museum. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see the same thing. But unfortunately, Kung Fu Panda taking that first pick here, so that puts Hypernova at a really nice first small advantage here, and forcing another member to drop out. Yeah, that advantage is going into the hands of Hypernova, which is incredibly helpful for them as they're starting out.
Yes, it really, really is, to give them a little bit of that edge, to get a bit of more of the mid. But as we're saying that, Kung Fu Panda come in, sweep through and get pretty much all of mid and push Hypernova back into their base. But the Kraken should pose enough of a distraction to let the rest of their team, and it does seem to be doing that, back out of spawn.
Yeah, for sure. And we are seeing that with 2 down on Kung Fu Panda, and Hypernova starting to take the mid right back. Again, that poor bucket going down here from this Gal taking a really good double here, and seeing the Zipcaster only adding to the distraction factor, which is what Hypernova needs to try to get this ball into the base. We are seeing the back flank. We are seeing the Zipcaster flank in the back, and but we still haven't had a ball yet. I
think we might be about to. And there we go. That is the first time the basket has been broken. But I don't think they're going to get much else in. I think this might be the push in at 68.
Yeah, that push was quite short-lived. Only seems to be better. Oh my god! Cinemax only finding 2 right here. It's not only to lead to a knockout of Kung Fu Panda, and with those balls already up and ready to go and clamp spotting nearby by the luck of RNG here for Hypernova, they're gonna be able to push this down even past the 50 point here, which is what you want here if you're Hypernova.
Absolutely it is. But also almost immediately they get taken down. 1 shot, 2 kills with that Zuka. Absolutely incredible. And that will very easily switch it into Kung Fu Panda's favor. But as I say that, they are losing a lot of the ground they've just created here almost immediately, which I do believe, yep, that will mean that they're going back to spawn, and they're gonna have to fight their way back out again.
Yeah, we're seeing those strikes coming out. Just Kung Fu Panda doing everything they can to defend themselves from Hypernova, especially with the aggression they're pulling out with a shot, finding a good pick on the flank, but only to go punished a bit or not. We have the cleanup crew. We call the cleanup crew. Here they come, just taking the rest of the members of Hypernova as they can. But no, never mind. This has just turned into carnage. They prove me wrong with every word I say. Here we go.
Yep. It is what being a caster is all about. Having the words you say, by the time you say them, they are no longer true.
It's like they have been vetoed. They're gone.
Yep, absolutely. But as we can see here, Kung Fu Panda are taking space again, finding their way through mid. The Kraken, or well, technically the 96 is dead, so they're not going to see a Kraken anytime soon. Is this finally going to be their push? I think that player was about to make a power climb there. So, with 2 down, I don't think this is going to be a push. I don't think so.
Yeah, no. It's been pretty interesting because we've been seeing tides flip here, especially that have been in the favor of Kung Fu Panda, but no ball in just yet with Hypernova still holding that lead. But this might just change to seeing 2 down with Hypernova right now, and the pressure's trying to pull up, but the Kraken is going to have something to say about it, just trying to pull up distraction, which is exactly what they need here to push members of Kung Fu Panda out, fighting 2 picks here. Oh my goodness.
Yes. That was incredibly important there. That Kraken meant that Kung Fu Panda was not able to regroup, not able to push in together, even though they were right near the basket there. They just needed to go forward a little bit further. They just weren't able to actually get that movement going. And it puts them right back to where they started from, defending their spawn.
Yeah, no, Hypernova is not anything of short, anything... They are quick to come into Kung Fu Panda's space to say hello, knocking at their door, trying to hold them there. But that Kraken cancel is not gonna actually do too much here, considering the fact that the rest of the members of Kung Fu Panda are just going down like flies. Again, it is just the defend for spawn here for Kung Fu Panda.
Yeah, yes, it is. Oh my goodness. It's chaos, but Kung Fu Panda is just trying to find their way to that basket. They've been struggling all game, and they are continuing to, as they just cannot get through mid. And with overtime, they're slowly working their way through it. I don't think they're going to have time.
I don't think that's enough time either, especially with 2 of them going down here. It looks like everything is in the favor. Hypernova only solidifying their win with the power clam at the end.
Yep. Yes.
Oh my god.
Indeed. Oh my god.
Yeah. We're going to go to game 5.
Yeah, we are going to be going to a game 5. And especially after that showing for Kung Fu Panda and what we saw from them in game 2, the momentum very much might be shifting in Hypernova's favor. But we haven't seen either of these teams play on spot subs yet. We haven't seen what they're going to be bringing to the table for that. So it could go either way. I don't know.
Really?
I don't know.
Anyway, because especially with the games that have been very back and forth, even in this game, we did see those hints of back and forth. Even though Hypernova was able to have the more definitive points onto the board, Kung Fu Panda was very quick to make that space as well. So we might just still see that same back and forth, especially when this game mode is all about holding it. But this is going to be an intense game 5 here because neither team wants to back down and wants to make it into that top cut.
Yep, yes, indeed. It's all riding on this final game here. And we're hoping to see I would say more of that game 2 energy. We want to see these teams duke it out to the end here, and that might be a little bit more difficult to do with splat zones than what we saw with those counter pushes, constant counter pushes in that game 2 on Museum Clams. But I believe in these two teams, and I believe that they both are wanting this so much. So absolutely, I'm looking forward to see the energy and what we're going to get from these two teams.
Yeah, like I said, neither of these teams are willing to back down. So again, this is gonna be great. This is gonna be awesome. I'm so excited. I want to see how this ends. Like, and Mahi zones of all things, it's like give them a little vacation spot. Maybe they need to chill out a bit. No, this is gonna be tense. Nope. Vacation is not an excuse either. They're gonna go all hands, all brawl. This is gonna be awesome.
Yes, it is. And these two teams obviously taking a little bit to try and figure out what they want to be playing, how they're going to deal with the other team after what they've been seeing of them these past few games. So as it's all to play for, as this is all coming down to this game, clearly they want to make the best choices here, be in the right headspace, because it all comes down to this.
For sure. Excuse me. Again, we are seeing the ballpoint come out again here for Kung Fu Panda as their whole. This is having an anchor on this map. It can be really handy and just trying to, especially with how big that mid is, just trying to hold that as best as it can. But we are seeing this first cap go to the side of Hypernova, but not for long as we're seeing the contest from Kung Fu Panda go right out and seeing these specials come out from Jet, Suzuka, so everything. It is going to be carnage on the map any second now. Here we go.
Yep, yes, indeed. Absolutely. Kung Fu Panda putting that pressure on and keeping it up, getting Hypernova completely out of mid here and stopping them from getting any closer. This is a very strong position for them to be in, but they need to keep it, and that is 2 down on the side of Kung Fu Panda. Not able to find what they were looking for there, and there's that Kraken hungry for kills, not quite able to get to that player, but you can absolutely see that they were intending to.
They very much were, but we are seeing Zuka start to cop out on the field. Hypernova Zuka actually coming out on top of this, but again, with the zone now capped in Hypernova's favor, Kung Fu Panda is now forced to defend here as Hypernova is doing their best to hold. Again, we are seeing even standings in terms of numbers, but seeing those strikes come out, this is their calling call. This is their chance to turn the zone around. Not unlike Hypernova has something to say about it.
Absolutely. Hypernova are holding this and holding it tightly, making sure that Kung Fu Panda can't even make it to the zone. But they're also not pushing up too far. They're not overextending. They're leaving space for them to deal with whatever Kung Fu Panda throw at them. But that being said, Kung Fu Panda need to get that zone back right now, or this game is about to end.
Yeah, this game is just about to end. It looks like they're about to secure this victory. The miracle could not happen for Kung Fu Panda with the momentum that Hypernova had, taking the game, holding that all the way to a knockout.
Yep. Yes, indeed. Oh my goodness. That was such a solid win for Hypernova. They faltered a little bit at the beginning. Kung Fu Panda was able to definitely capitalize on that, but once Kung Fu Panda got pushed out, Hypernova just didn't give them the chance to get at all back in. And as we see here, Fufu has a gift for the winning team.
You get to have 2, especially after these sets. You can have both. You can have both the sons. Of course. Both sons, but again, with the set going to Hypernova, they are going to be the team that comes out on top with the crown and into top Kai. I'm mixing up my words here. As you can tell, has been an intense set. I can't even speak. I'm out of words. Hypernova just showing that last bit of dominance, holding that zone at the end till the very end, to that knockout with an incredible show of strength, and is making it to top cut for tomorrow.
Yep, yes, indeed. Kung Fu Panda absolutely taking it to the wire, but just not able to find their footing as well in that last game as we saw in some of the other ones. And to be fair, Hypernova didn't really give them the time to. So sadly, that means that they are not going to be making it into Top Cut, and there goes my headset. But absolutely, what a set we saw, especially that game 2. That game 2 was incredible. That the back and forth, the constant one-upping, it was truly like, that is Splatoon, peak Splatoon.
Yeah, no, it literally kept us on the edge of our seats. We were sitting there like, wait, who's actually going to win this? Because I don't know who's going to win this. Hold on.
Because as soon as you thought one team was getting one up over the other team was like, no, this is our game. We're having this. Don't you dare. And they did. They lived up to it. Absolutely, they did. So, what a set. What a set.
Incredible
no
set.
words.
There is no word. It's just the set speaks for itself. Because I mean, we saw it, and just the momentum, the closing moments of the game 2.
Yes.
Oh my, and HATSUNE MIKU, of course.
Incredible. I am here to because it's necessary. Splatoon,
it was perfect.
Of course, it makes sense. Obviously.
Perfect, and this is what we needed today. This was HATSUNE MIKU peak, along with the sets. Of course, the sets were what mattered the most here. So again, we are going to be passing this on to Jem all over again here for analysis to close up the final set of the day. So Jem, take it away.
Man, Dapple Productions always knocks it out of the park with the production value. Don't get me wrong. But bringing in HATSUNE MIKU, are you kidding me? That's crazy. Anyway, this was an insane set. Like, if you want, as a lower or mid-level team, to learn about pace of play and how to respond to certain game states, this is a beautiful one to watch, because these are two very disciplined teams. They are teams that are going to recognize when they have advantage and jump on it and move fast when they do, but they're also, their counterplay when they are behind is so good. They are responding immediately to being down a player, they're backing up, but they're also kiting back, they're slowing the enemy team down, they're making it so that if the enemy team overcommits, that they will get into trouble and that they'll be able to counter push off of it. The beginning of this match, Rainmaker Humpback, was an excellent example of this, where for the first 2 minutes, neither team was able to even break the 60s, because a fight would happen, they would, drop a player, but then immediately trade back, and the trades were always, even enough that neither team was really able to get full control of the game for too long. And they just kind of went back and forth like this for such a long time. And that was the story of all of the games. Even the ones that were, quick KOs or something, it was usually some explosive play that had to happen to break things open. Like we just see right there with Synapse diving around the corner with this Kraken and surprising someone. Really, really smart play there. And we see a lot of those kinds of explosive plays that set up the pushes for Hypernova. And I think that was one of the things that may have helped them a little bit. They were running for the entire set the 96 Deco with the Kraken and the Stamper, which is going to have Zipcaster. And those two specials, they don't just force the enemy players to move, they put your players in the enemy base. And I think that's something that helps them a little bit here, in that Kung Fu Panda is forced more to kite back and wait for the picks to come to them a little bit more. They have a little bit less in the way of being able to just force their way in. And some of their more successful games were games where they were able to use the Inkjet to be able to push up. Brian's Inkjet on Clamblitz here was absolutely the reason that Kung Fu Panda was able to get a lot of these pushes going. It's always the Inkjet that leads them in here on their pushes. You'll see right here that they get in and then the Inkjet goes off, and now they just kind of own the enemy basket. Everyone has to deal with the Inkjet instead of being able to deal with the players below. And that lets them sneak in another, say, 20 points underneath. If those Inkjets aren't there in this game, it's a lot harder for Kung Fu Panda to be able to make those plays happen and get the points that they need to KO as they do by the end of it. So I think it was when they had those really aggressive specials that Kung Fu Panda were being successful. But Hypernova, their pack tactics when they were kind of diving in on the enemy team out of mid and Inkblot, their ability to zip people up onto the enemy bats and their speed and efficiency combined with their willingness to drop back and kite the enemy team out at the end was really impressive to watch. And they were able to use that to pull it off right at the very end. So super impressive set. Again, if you're looking for good video to study to learn about the pace of play and teamwork and how to collapse together as a team, like these are two extremely coordinated teams. Highly recommend checking that out. But that is going to be it for us, I believe, on the stream today. I'm going to send it back to our casters with a couple more messages. But that will be it from me. Thank you so much to Dapple for having me on, and I hope y'all have a lovely evening. Or whatever time of day it is. I don't know. Y'all are from all over the place.
No, Furfur, unmute, Furfur.
I didn't unmute. I signed off and everything. It was great having you, and thank you again for the lovely analysis and joining us on stream today. But yeah, that is the end for us. But we are going to take a look at the alpha bracket again because we see some exciting matches here from notable teams like Alliance Rogue, FT Win, Prestige, Black Lotus coming out, especially Jackpot, especially on the screen at the top of the bracket here. So we're in for a good time tomorrow. So make sure you guys tune in for that as well.
Yeah, I would say especially that D set FT Win and versus Black Lotus, that is going to be quite the set to start with. That's where alpha bracket. Tomorrow's going to be quite the day. But yes, they only had enough money at Dapple Productions to rent me out for the day, for one day. So you will only be seeing me here today. I will not be returning for day 2. But what a number of sets we've been seeing today. This has been a hell of a day 1, and you guys better show up again for tomorrow because it's only gonna get better. Oh my goodness, these teams that we've been seeing today, duking it out already. Lots of game 5s. I think we only had one set that wasn't a game 5. Which shows the caliber of Splatoon play that we've been seeing today. So it can only go up from here. Do not skip out on day 2 tomorrow. Absolutely not. But we should say, Furfur, where can they find you?
The good people can find me at FlatFufu on both Twitter and Blue Sky. My Blue Sky account is a little bit new, so do feel free to catch me there, not only for art, but a bunch of comp and Splatoon shenanigans. Again, it was just such an honor having being here today. Where can the lovely people find you, Zari?
Yes, I also go by Zari on my my off time. But you can find me at sfailzarny on Twitter, and also I'm a streamer, just Zarny on Twitch. So this has been a hell of a time to commentate. Love to see you and your sons, Fufu.
And you with your HATSUNE MIKU was nothing short of perfection. You're doing great. You did amazing. It's always such an honor casting with you guys. And of course, thank you, Brownie, for being our streamer today. An amazing job with our camera work. And, we love to see it.
Yes, and thank you again to Jem for the true, analysis of everything we're seeing. It's so big brain. I'm never, as soon as Jem gets on to analyze things, I'm like, I've never thought about it like that before. Oh my goodness, never thought about this and that and this and that. It was incredible. Thank you so much for doing that for us. But yes, we are going to be finishing here. Thank you everyone for tuning in, and you better be back tomorrow because it's only going to get better.
See you guys soon.
Bye.
Bye.